Hello guys. Holy shit. Thunder just like erupted outside my window. That actually fucking scared me. Man, I'm trying to do my intro here. Weather, shut up. Anyway, welcome guys, welcome to the stream. So how's your day going? Well, it's been pretty good for me. I just had like a medical exam like yesterday because they had to like make sure I was fit to serve the army, like maybe like in the future. Because that's a thing in wherever I live. So yeah, that's a thing. So today we're actually gonna have today we're gonna be like doing something a little bit different today. We're actually gonna be going through an iceberg chart. I'll explain what that is in a second. But anyway, why don't we just have a bit of a chatting session right now? So yeah, yesterday I just had a bit of a medical exam. So basically they were just doing stuff like we're basically doing like whatever you expect. Like, you know, when you go to the doctor, they kind of do like whatever they do there. They like take your measurements. I hope my mic is unmuted. Yeah, it is. Okay. I had to make sure about that. So they basically like took my measurements and stuff, and then I had to like they had to like do some blood tests. They like put me through like they use that thing. I don't actually know what it's called, but it's like where you attach a bunch of wires to a person's body, and then they kind of like measure your heart rate and stuff like that. There was like blood pressure test. The heck is that? Sounds like a fetish. They took like blood pressure tests and stuff, and yeah, basically all that shiz. So yeah, that's basically like the only kind of interesting thing that kind of happened this week. I was actually invited by friends to actually hang out today, but I kind of wanted to do this stream, so I was like, yeah, you know, I'm not really free today. Because I mean, I could have just like put this stream next week, but honestly, I was kind of excited to actually do this stream. I don't know, it just seemed like something interesting to do. It's pretty different from what I usually do. I usually do like drawing or gaming on my streams, but today is gonna be more of like a low-key kind of thing. So anyway, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be going through an iceberg chart, more specifically an Urban Legends Iceberg chart. So Urban Legends it's one of those things that actually kind of fascinates me. Like even though I don't really do well with horror, I'm like, weirdly enough, I'm like all like super fascinated with like the paranormal and stuff. I'm not really sure. There's just something so interesting about like something not really working against how science does. It's like you learn all the things like physics and stuff in school, and then all of a sudden there's like this incident that happens that kind of goes against all of that. That's kind of, I don't know, it's really interesting to kind of like read about. I always like watch a lot of YouTube videos surrounding like these kind of paranormal stuff. Yeah, so I watch like ghost videos, like things about aliens and stuff like that. I don't know, it's pretty interesting. So I thought, why don't I do something like that myself? But instead of like going into like a full instead of like taking a super deep dive into like any of these topics, I'm just gonna be going through like a bunch of different like topics on this iceberg chart, and I'm just gonna like have like a brief overview of each of them, and yeah. Okay, so before we even get started, let me just explain what an iceberg chart is, because I feel like this is not really a common term yet. So basically, an iceberg chart is basically a way of like sorting information. Like so you know there's like the quote like the tip of the iceberg, right? So like it's kind of applicable here. It's probably even where it comes from. So basically, the things at the top of the iceberg. So an iceberg chart is basically a way of like sorting information. So the top of the iceberg is like where the most well-known things are, and the further down you go, the lesser known they get. So yeah, so I found an iceberg that surrounds urban legends, and we are going to be going through that today. So why don't we go ahead? So the reason why I actually wanted to do this stream is because I'm like, ever since like this like late 2022, I've been watching a lot of like iceberg videos. I have mentioned this, and I've mentioned this like a couple of times in my previous streams, but I really like watching a lot of iceberg videos, especially there's this YouTuber called Parallel Pipes, which I've mentioned him a few times already. And yeah, he's like probably one of my favorites in terms of like the Iceberg chats people. It's weird to say. Probably should have just said YouTube. I don't know why I said people. But yeah, let's go ahead and let's stop talking about other people. Let's actually do this. But the vibe in the room right now is not really horror-esque, if I do say so myself, because Urban Legends are kind of like mostly creepy. So why don't we go ahead and have a change of scenery, which I have actually prepared before today's stream. So let's go ahead and do that. And 3, 2, 1. Hey, check this out. Welcome to Koiwa's horror stream. I don't even know if this is even considered a horror stream. I guess it kind of is, because most urban legends are kind of like horror stories. Also, I want to give credit to Dark Moon 230 on Reddit for making this Urban Legend Iceberg. Their username is dark_moon 230. They're the person who made this iceberg. So yes, that's the credit. So here we go. So this is actually a pretty long iceberg. There were actually like there's actually a lot of entries on this one. So I don't actually know if I'm going to be able to cover everything in this stream, but I'm going to try my best to cover as much as I can. There's a chance I'm going to have to do like a second part to this, but you know what? Why don't we go ahead and start? Actually, no. Before we start, I just have like I just had like a thought while I was like setting up today's stream, was that I hope the music isn't like too loud. I hope you guys can still hear me. Maybe I can just lower this down a little bit. Okay, I do have a filter on the music so that when I talk it doesn't like, it's just not as loud. So I just had this thought while I was like organizing this stream, is that do you guys think that superstitions are like a form of urban legend? Because like technically they are just like stories that that people kind of like make up to kind of like perpetuate some kind of like rule or something. Like, you know, the superstition like, oh, if you break a mirror you get like 7 years bad luck, or if you encounter a black cat that's like bad luck. Actually, now that I think about it, a lot of superstitions really revolve around luck, which is strange. Like, why does everything have to do with luck? I guess luck is kind of like a driving force in a lot of like stories and cultures and all that, so that's probably why. Honestly, I don't even know like who's the first person to even come up with these kinds of things. Like, who came up with the idea that breaking a mirror it could spell like 7 years bad luck? Why 7 specifically? It's really weird. I guess I could always Google, but I don't know. I didn't really research on that part. So the one fun thing is that this stream was kind of like an idea that I got while I was researching this iceberg, because it started off with me researching this iceberg kind of out of boredom, because I thought it would be kind of interesting to kind of research something like this myself. And then one day I was like, you know what? A lot of people seem to be making a lot of these iceberg videos, so I was like, how about I make like a video on this or something? And so yeah, I decided once I finished the script for this iceberg, I would like turn it into a stream, and then I plan to actually upload the VOD to YouTube later down the line, so that you can like watch it even after it's over, because you know like how Twitch only keeps their VODs for like 7 days. So yeah, I'm planning to actually upload this to YouTube later. Anyway, I think I've talked about this enough, so why don't we go ahead and start. So the top of the iceberg is mostly things that everyone already knows, so I'm probably not going to spend too much time on it. I'll probably like skip over like most of the ones on the top, because I'm pretty sure looking at some of these you kind of already know what they are. Let me just bring up my whiteboard so I can kind of circle things. Alright. I'll probably put this on my second monitor or something. Yeah. Okay, so or I can just kind of like quickly rush through them. So Grey Alien, kind of what So gray alien, kind of what most people imagine aliens look like. Area 51, the Air Force base that everyone suspects has experimentation with aliens. Loch Ness Monster, which is that monster from the Loch Ness Lake, which has been the subject of a lot of legends. Boogeyman, a monster that parents use to scare their children into behaving. Men in Black, supposed agents from the government who investigate and like silence those who come across anything like supernatural or alien. It's mostly alien stuff. Yeah. Bloody Mary is the ritual where you say her name 3 times in the mirror and supposedly you can summon her. And then Candyman. Now Candyman is actually the one that I actually did not know from the first tier. So I think that's one that I can kind of go into more depth on. So Candyman is apparently like a similar thing to Bloody Mary, to where like if you say Candyman into the mirror, you can like summon the ghost of like a vengeful spirit of a man with a hook in the place of his right hand, and when you summon him, he will kill you. Which kind of makes me wonder like why you would even summon him in the first place. I guess it's kind of like a dare or something. Though instead of saying 3 times like Bloody Mary, you have to say his name 5 times into the mirror. And also it needs to be in a dark room. It's kind of similar to Bloody Mary. So yeah, that's basically what the Candyman is. The reason why it's called Candyman is kind of like there's some like backstory to this. So the one I actually found is that so the backstory of this legend is that supposedly there's this story of this black slave named Daniel who kind of fell in love with the daughter of a white plantation worker. So when no, not white plantation worker, white plantation owner. So when the owner found out about this, he basically what's the word? He basically like got a lot of people to chase down this guy, and when they caught him referring to Daniel, the black slave. So when they caught him, they cut off his right hand, and then they covered him in honey, and then they yeeted him into a beehive, and that's basically how he died. And that's why he's a vengeful spirit. So the reason why he's called Candyman is because he was like slathered in honey. You know, before I researched this, I had the impression that Candyman was, god damn it, shut up, Thunder. I guess the weather is kind of appropriate for a stream like this. I'm literally talking about horror stories and it's storming out for me, so yeah, it's pretty appropriate. So yeah, before I actually researched on Candyman, I was under the impression that it was like about a man that like handed out candy to children and then he would like kidnap them or something. That was what I thought the Candyman was, but no, it was apparently something a lot different. Okay, so that's the first tier. Pretty simple. Pretty much things that pretty much everyone knows. So why don't we actually go ahead and get into the second tier, known as College Classics. So the first... oh no. I'm sorry, I'm not using a tablet, so I can't really draw a really nice circle. I'm trying to circle this good. So, okay, so the first thing on the second tier is the Vanishing Hitchhiker. So the Vanishing Hitchhiker is basically it's basically like your average kind of ghost story. So it basically tells of like a driver who gets like stopped by someone who is hitchhiking along the road. So when they pick them up, and then they are told to drive to a certain location. And then like the hitchhiker is like super silent through the entire drive, right? So the moment the driver reaches the destination that they were given, they look back to like say goodbye to the hitchhiker, and then they find that they're just gone. Like the hitchhiker has just disappeared. So and then in most stories it's revealed that the person that they picked up has actually died like years prior, and it was actually a ghost that actually got into their car. There's like several like other kinds of variations. Like the story is told in like different other ways. Like sometimes the story goes like the driver is told to drive to a specific address, and then of course the hitchhiker disappears, and then when the oh god, I hope the microphone didn't pick. I think the microphone might have picked that up. That was loud. So okay, what I was saying is that when the driver finds that the hitchhiker has disappeared, they go and knock on the door of the house they drove to, and then the owner will answer, and then the owner will explain to the driver that the hitchhiker that they picked up is actually their deceased son or daughter that died in a car accident that the driver was driving along the road where the accident took place. And then sometimes the owner might even like pay the driver, because sometimes also a taxi driver as well. So that's basically what the vanishing hitchhiker legend is. There's also another variation where like the driver is told to stop at a cemetery, or they pick up the hitchhiker at a cemetery, and then when they drive, the hitchhiker has disappeared. And during the drive, the driver will lend their jacket to the hitchhiker, and then when they reach the destination, they find the hitchhiker gone along with their jacket. And then so the next day, the driver returns to the graveyard, and they will find their jacket like placed on top of a gravestone in one of the in the graveyard, and that's kind of like how it's revealed that they actually picked up a ghost the whole time. So yeah, it's like a classic, like it's like one of those. It's like a very classic ghost story. So yeah, next entry on the list we have The Babysitter. Also, a lot of these urban legends have actually been used in a lot of like classic horror movies. I'm pretty sure The Babysitter is like a very common one to use in a lot of horror movies. So basically, The Babysitter is about like so basically, the urban legend of The Babysitter is about a teenage girl who is babysitting the children of a couple who are out of the house. And then, after she has put the children to sleep, she like goes and watches TV, and during that time she gets a phone call and a voice, and then when the babysitter picks up the phone, a voice will come out and it will say, "Did you check on the children?" And then the babysitter will either hang up, or the mystery person will just hang up. I think it's the mystery person that hangs up. So because of this, the babysitter, I'm pretty sure any person would do this, but so after this incident happens, the babysitter will call the police and say like, "Hey, there's this weird man that's like calling me asking about the children that I'm babysitting." So the police then says, so we will trace the next call that comes to this address. And then when the unknown person like calls back the babysitter, the police get on the line and they will tell her that she needs to evacuate the house. And once she's out of the house, the police will inform her that the unknown like individual was actually inside the house, and that they've actually murdered the children upstairs. It's a very dark one, actually. So yeah, it literally like ends with like children dying, which is pretty morbid. There's also other variations where like the babysitter is also killed. There's one variation where the babysitter like sees what looks like a creepy statue in the corner of the living room, but she just thinks it's just a statue, right? She just thinks it's just like a normal statue, so she just like goes about her day, or night, I should say. And then when like the parents, the children come back, the babysitter goes up to them and she's like, "Hey, can I like cover the statue that you guys have in the living room, because it kind of creeps me out?" And then the couple will be like, "We don't have a statue of that sort." So that kind of like makes the hair like kind of stand on end. And then when the babysitter leaves, she is then killed by the killer that was in the living room. So the statue that was in the living room is actually the killer. Though I'm kind of wondering how you can mistake a human being for a statue. Like that person would need to stand like very, very still, and also it would be like a very like hyper realistic looking statue, which I guess it kind of exists. I mean, wax museums are a thing, Though I feel like it's not really. Though I don't know how many people actually want that in their house. Like, it's weird. So yeah, that's basically what the Babysitter Urban Legend is. Alright, next on the agenda we have this. Oh shit. I keep failing to to circle things. Next we have the Spider Bite. Now, if you have arachnophobia, I should probably give you a disclaimer because this involves spiders. I mean, it's kind of in the name. It's called the Spider Bite because spiders do be biting. So anyway, if you've watched what's that movie called again? If you've watched the movie Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark, you might recognize this one. So the Spider Bite is about a story where a woman gets bit by a spider on the cheek, and then the bites like swells into like a red boil, and then when she goes to the doctor to go check it out, the thing like the boil bursts, and then like hundreds of baby spiders just like burst out of the thing and just start crawling all over. I'm actually like getting like a hair raise telling this because I have arachnophobia as well, and I don't want to imagine spiders crawling on. I don't like any insect like crawling on me, let alone spiders. I don't know who wants that ever. So yeah, that's basically the Spider Bite. You might actually notice from like the Scary Stories Tell in the Dark movie, because that was actually one of the fates of one of the characters in the show. So yeah, that's basically what the Spider Bite legend is. It's I actually learned this new term while I was researching. There's a term called there's a term for this kind of legend called bosom serpent, which basically refers to kind of any legend that involves some kind of living creature living inside a person's body. It's basically just like a version of body horror, I guess. Like, I know body horror is mostly like mutilation and stuff, but this is also kind of like a body horror kind of thing. Like, anything that involves like humans' insides, I think should be under body horror. Probably is. So yeah, that's basically what the Spider Bite is. It's a pretty frightening one, especially since like arachnophobia is probably like one of the most common like phobias in the world. So yeah, that's basically what it is. Okay, next legend. Next legend we have the Hook. And no, I'm not talking about Captain Hook here. He's fantasy, I think. I hope, at least. So the Hook is basically a legend where a young couple are like taking a break in their car. They've stopped on the side of the road, and then they are like listening to the radio, and then the radio tells about a serial killer that has escaped, and one detail that remains consistent is that the killer has a hook for a hand. And there's like a couple of variations as to how the story progresses. Like, one variation says that the couple like leave right after they hear this, and then when they get out of their car, they find that there's a hook embedded in the car door. And then some say like as they're escaping, the killer like was like trying to like hold onto the car, but of course like it's not. Of course, not a lot of people can really hold onto a car and not stay on top of it. So yeah, that's like a narrow escape. But I feel like the most common like variation of this story is that either like one member of the couple dies or both of them die. So it goes like, so the car like breaks down, and then the man like goes out to go get help, and then the man like comes back and finds his I don't know if I should say wife, because it doesn't really specify if it's a newlywed couple or just like a couple dating. But anyway, so the man like goes to find help, and then he like sees a figure in the distance, which like quickly darts away. And then when the man gets back to the car, he finds that the woman is dead. And sometimes it's like the other way, where like also, and then sometimes it's like taken from the perspective of the woman. So the man goes out to go find help, and then the woman just waits in the car, and then she hears like scratching noises coming from the top of the car. So when she gets out to go and like look, she finds the man's like lifeless body hanging from the tree, and his shoes are the things that are scratching the top of the car. And then sometimes the story kind of ends there. But other times the woman like tries to run, and then she runs into the killer, and then she gets killed as well. So yeah, that is the Hook story. Also, I want to say that most of these urban legends are mostly just that, like, legends. So yeah, though, however, some of them have actually been, like, have actually kind of happened. So some of them can't even be, like, legends, because some of them have actually happened. So yeah, that's pretty freaky. Honestly, this would be a, like, really good stream for, like, Halloween. Like, this would have been a good one for Halloween, but honestly, I just kind of wanted to do this. Like, I don't want to wait until October to do this. Like, that's too long. I just want to make stuff I want to make. Anyway, next legend. Kidney Thieves. So, Kidney Thieves is a legend, is a legend about organ theft. So this legend is basically when someone gets their organs basically stolen from them. Usually it's a kidney. It usually means that this legend basically tells of someone who gets their organs like stolen from them against their will, and their organs are like sold on the black market. There is like one very common variation where like a man is like offered a job by this like sketchy individual. So like they agree to meet at like this secluded area, which is already a bad idea. You shouldn't like meet someone you don't know in a secluded area. That's a bad idea. So like the man like goes there, and he ends up getting like drugged and knocked out, and then like hours later he wakes up in like a bathtub full of ice, and then he has like a sewing line like on the side of his abdomen, and that's how it's revealed that his kidney has been illegally harvested. And then yeah, that's basically it. I feel like this is another like kind of, it's almost like kind of almost a body horror kind of thing, except like you don't get much of the gore. It's just kind of the thought that someone can just like steal your organ like against your will. So yeah, that's basically what it is. There was this story of a Turkish man who claimed who claimed that his kidney was stolen, but the story wasn't actually of that. It was just because like it was just that he himself actually sold his own kidney, but he didn't receive as much money as he hoped. So he basically just called it like, oh, someone stole my kidney because I didn't get $100,000 from my kidney. This is theft. This is highway robbery that is legal. So yeah, that's one possible origin. There's also like other story. It usually comes from like places, from like less developed places. I feel like places like Turkey or India, or places like that. I don't even know if I should say less developed. Maybe I'm right. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. So anyway, why don't we go ahead and go to the next one? So this one has a very long title. I'm gonna have a hard time kind of circle this one. The next one, aren't you glad you didn't turn on the lights? So yeah, this is another one. So the story goes that this legend tells of two university students who are roommates. So one decides to study for her midterms, and the other goes to a party. So the party goer returns around 2 a.m., which is pretty late, and she comes into the dorm, and the dorm is pitch black. And so because it's pitch black, she assumes that her roommate is asleep, which would make sense because it is 2 a.m. after all. So she decides to just not bother her and just go to sleep. So the next morning, she tries to wake up her roommate for class, but her roommate is just lying down, stomach down, not moving. So she shakes her up for a bit, finds that she's not responding. So then she flips her roommate over and finds that she's covered in blood and like stab wounds all over. So yeah, it basically revealed that she had been murdered. And then behind her, she finds on the wall, written in her roommate's blood, "Aren't you glad you didn't turn on the lights?" So basically the inference you get is that either the killer had killed the roommate in the dark, or the roommate was already dead, and the only reason the other one didn't know was because the lights were off. There is a movie. This legend was actually featured in the movie called Urban Legend, which I guess kind of makes sense as to why they would use this. It's a 1998 movie. So this happens where a girl named Tosh is killed this way, and her roommate named Natalie finds out about how she died. I actually like watched the clip on YouTube. And the thing that kind of confused me is that the way it kind of plays out is that so the how do I say this, the roommate is like wasn't even dead like when how do I'm trying to find out ways to tell this, but basically Tosh was struggling with the killer in the dock as Natalie came home. And what strikes me as so odd is how like Natalie doesn't even hear a thing. It's not like she had headphones on as she came through the door. I get that in the scene the killer does like try and silence her by putting his hand over her mouth, but I feel like there's not really any like way to completely silence someone by force. Like if I covered my own mouth and like squeezed my own throat, I'm pretty sure you guys could still hear me. Like, look, watch. I'm gonna do this real quick. Like that, yeah. Like if you were like under threat of getting killed, I'm pretty sure you would probably like try and make as much noise as possible. And I'm pretty sure that kind of happens in the movie. But somehow Natalie must be fucking deaf or something because she doesn't hear a fucking thing. Well, I guess a horror movie is a horror movie. All those like old horror movies have people who are like super dumb or super unaware. That's basically how horror movies kind of went back in the day. So, and even if Tosh was successfully like silenced to the absolute like decibel, I'm pretty sure the struggle itself would probably make enough noise because it was a struggle in the bed, and I'm pretty sure like two bodies like rubbing against the bed sheets would probably make enough noise. I guess the only thing I can think of is that Natalie was like distracted by other things on her mind or something. I don't know. I didn't watch the movie, so I don't know what the plot is. I just watched this one clip because I found it while researching. So yeah, it's basically aren't you glad you didn't turn on the lights? All right, next legend: the killer in the back seat. Let me just take a swig of water because my throat's getting dry already. Okay, so the killer in the back seat. This legend is also known as high beams. So the legend tells of a woman who's like driving down the road, and then the driver of the car behind her starts flashing their high beams, and the woman thinks like this driver is chasing her. So she speeds away and actually manages to get away from this driver. And then she gets home. And then when she gets out of her car, she realizes that the driver behind her was trying to warn her that there is a man in her back seat. And they were flashing their high beams as a means of like getting her attention, or and also trying to maybe expose the killer. So yeah, there's also another version where the woman stops by a gas station, and then the attendant at the gas station calls her over as she's returning back to her car. And then the woman's like, what? What's the problem? And then the attendant's like, do you know that there's a man in the back seat? And then yeah, that's basically how it goes. And then there's another one where, and then sometimes it's either a gas station, or it's either a gas station attendant, or it's a police, or it's a police officer. The police officer one is actually a different story, actually. Yeah. So yeah, there's actually a version where the woman like is met by this crazed individual that like leaps in front of her car as she's driving and starts banging on the car. And then like after this incident occurs, the woman goes to the police station to go and like report this person. And then like the police offer her a ride home, right? So when they go to the woman's car to get her belongings, they find a man in the back seat. And then it's revealed that the person who jumped in front of the woman's car is actually the ghost of one of the killer's victims. Which, I'm gonna be honest, I don't really like this version. I feel like this story would have been creepy enough without the paranormal aspect. I mean, it's not too bad, but I feel like it's a lot scarier without the ghost thing. So yeah, I feel like the ghost thing is kind of like a cheap cop-out for a scary story. So yeah, I don't know. Basically what I think. Alright, on to the next one. Humans can lick too. Which sounds like something else, but it's not. So humans can lick too, or also known as the licked hand. It's basically a story where a young woman, it's either a young woman who is living alone, or it's a teenage girl who is home alone after her parents are like on a trip. So this young woman, she watches on news, and the news reports that a serial killer has escaped prison, and the news warns like people to like lock their doors and windows. So the woman goes ahead and does exactly that. She locks all her windows and doors. However, she forgets to lock the window to her basement. And you can already see where this is going. So at night, she's like woken up by this like strange dripping noise coming from the bathroom, and she's like too scared to like go and check out what it is. So so she reaches like down and puts her hand like near like the gap between the end of the bed, like you know the gap between the bed and the floor. She puts her hand like near there, and since she has a dog, she feels. Since she has a dog, she's trying to like get the dog's attention. And when she puts her hand down there, she like feels a lick on her hand. So that gives her some comfort because it's like, oh, the dog is there. The dog can keep me safe. So she goes back to sleep. And then the next morning, she goes into the bathroom, to like go and wash up or whatever, and she finds like the mutilated corpse of her dog, like strung up on the curtain, on like the shower curtain rod. And the dripping noise that was heard during the night was actually the dog's blood dripping into the bathtub. I don't know if I should have put a disclaimer here. I probably should have. So yeah, I probably should have said like if you're like squeamish over like animals dying or like blood and stuff like that, you probably want to proceed with caution. I probably should have said that earlier, my bad. I'm sorry, I forget to think about these things sometimes, but anyway. So yeah, she finds her dog's mutilated corpse in the bathroom just hanging, with blood dripping. And basically, the lick that she felt the last night was the killer. The killer that licked her hand. And you know how we know this? Because in the bathroom, on the wall, written in the dog's blood, it says humans can lick too. So yeah, it's basically the killer basically wanted to taunt this poor girl by killing her dog first and then doing that. And then I'm not really sure whatever happens to the girl afterwards. like some variations doesn't really like say what happens to the girl afterwards. Some variations say the girl then dies from the killer, which would make more sense, I guess. At least it would make sense as like a horror story kind of thing. So yeah, that is the second tier. You know, the humans can lick to Urban Legend is kind of similar to the babysitter Urban Legend, as in that there's another variation of the humans can lick to Urban Legend, where the parents the everything happens the same way, and then the parents like come home, and then the girl tells her parents like, oh, the dog kept me company, and then the dog kept me company from under my bed last night, and the parents reveal that the dog was actually locked in the garage the whole time. And so yeah, it also leaves like chills in the girl's like spine. I'm sorry, I didn't really do that. I didn't really do that quote correctly. Would leave chills in the person's spine. I don't think I needed to mention spine. I think it's just chills in the person. Yeah. So it's another case of like, oh, you thought you were safe, but nope, you are not. I'm going to kill you now. Yeah, it's another one of those kind of stories. Alright, so that was Tier 2, College Classics. Alright, next on the iceberg, we have the third tier, which is Truth is Stranger than Fiction. So the reason why this tier is called this is because there is a number of legends. There's actually most of the legends in this tier have actually happened in the real world, which actually makes them like a lot scarier, because you know it can actually it can happen, and it has happened. Also, I forgot to mention this at the start of the stream, but if we have time, after going through this whole iceberg, I actually have some bonus entries that I actually wanted to put in myself that weren't on the iceberg, and I'll also go into those. Alright, so, Tier 3, Truth is Stranger than Fiction, let's go. Sorry, my throat's like... blah. Alright, so, first entry, Body in the Bed. So, the Body in the Bed legend is basically about this couple who check into a hotel for the night. And the room is like very cozy, it looks very nice. But there is a very like bad smell coming from somewhere in the room. But they're already tired, so they're just like, you know what, fuck it, we're just gonna go to sleep. We'll deal with this in the morning. So in the morning, they make a complaint to the front desk, and a cleaner is sent to the room to like clean. And then while they're cleaning, they open up the mattress and they find like a decaying body in the mattress. So yeah, that's pretty creepy. But you know what's creepier? It's happened. It's happened many times, in fact. So there's this... I think the scariest thing about this legend is that... I think that like the scariest part of this legend is that like people like literally slept above a decaying body unknowingly. Like that's probably like the creepy part of the legend. Like the finding the body part is probably like the shocking aspect, but I think the creepy part is like the realization that it's like the couple's realization that they slept over a dead body. And the fact that it's happened many times is actually kind of frightening. Like it makes you think like, if I go to a hotel, is there gonna be a body under my bed? Hopefully not. I hope not. I wouldn't wish that upon anybody. So one example of this happening was on the 10th of June 1999. The decaying body of 64-year-old Saul Hernandez was discovered inside the bed in one of the rooms at the Burgundy Motor Inn in Atlantic City. And this happened after a German couple that was vacationing there. They slept in the room, and they complained about a smell that was coming from somewhere in the room during the night. And then the hotel staff was sent to investigate, and then they found the body of this woman. Or man, I don't actually remember. I think I don't know, but yeah, they found the body of somebody in the bed. So yeah, that's chilling. I know it doesn't sound like it, but it is kind of chilling. At least the way I say it. I'm just trying to not sound like I'm tired. All right, next legend: the man under the car. So the man under the car legend is basically tells that it basically tells of a rumor that people were spreading around that people were being robbed, especially women. Women were being robbed by this man who would like hide under their car, and when they were about to get into the front seat, the robber would slash their ankles. And then once they are injured on the ground, the robber would steal the car. So yeah, that's like what the legend says. There have been no reports of this happening, though, because like realistically most people won't be able to fit under a car and still have the ability to like slash someone's ankles to the point where they can't walk. Like, it sounds very unlikely. Like, I feel like trying to hide under a car will be like really uncomfortable. And who wants to lie on like a dirty floor? Well, actually I've done that before, so I can't really talk, can I? I don't know why, but I was kind of crazy back in primary school. This is off topic, but when I was in primary school, I used to roll on the floor like a lot for some reason, and then I gained the nickname Mop Boy because I was literally like mopping up dirt with by rolling along the floor for whatever reason. I don't know why I did that. I guess I was just crazy. Anyway, that was off topic. Anyway, so there has been no reports of an ankle slasher under the car. Though there was a report in 2016 on the New York Times where a man from Nebraska was like hiding under women's cars to like look and touch their feet, which is pretty fucking creepy. But I guess it's better than someone who like actively injures people. I guess in this case it's better that it's just a creep than a robber. But either way, well, the guy's been arrested, so it's nothing to worry about. But I guess it does put a little bit of truth in the fact that people could hide under your car and do something with you. So yeah, that's something to think about. Right. Next legend, shall we? Body in the water tank. So the body in the water tank, so I believe, wait, let me see. I believe 2 out of all of the entries here are the only 2 that haven't actually happened in the real world. All the other ones have some kind of basis in the real world, as in like they've happened before, or something similar has happened before. So the body in the water tank legend is basically where the residents of an apartment complex start complaining that the water from their taps is like a blackish color, and there's also like low pressure coming from all the taps. So like workers are sent to the water tanks on the roof to investigate, and when they open up the water tank, they find like a decomposing body, and so that's why the water has like this black coloration and like this foul taste, because it's the decayed remains of a person. And yes, this has happened. I feel like most of you would have heard of this already, because I feel like it's been covered a lot But in 2013, on February 19th, the body of Canadian tourist Alyssa Lam was found in the water tank of the Stay on Main Hotel in Los Angeles. So she was reported missing on the 1st of February because before her trip, she promised her parents that she would call them on every day of the trip. And one day, she just stopped calling them, so they like filed a missing persons case. And then like after a while, like the residents of the hotel started like complaining about the water being a strange color. So the workers was like sent up, and then they found Alyssa Lam's body in the water tank. So yeah, that's basically what happened. And I think the creepiest thing about this like incident is that nobody even knows how she even got into the water tank, because the door to the roof was locked, and I would assume the water tank lid should have been locked as well, because because like no average person should just be able to climb up to the roof and then climb into the water tank without having to even use keys. So yeah, nobody even knows how she even like got into the water tank in the first place. And the only hint or clue that they could find is like the CCTV footage inside the elevator, where like Alyssa was like seen acting like really strangely. It looks like she was like hiding from someone and like talking to someone that couldn't even be seen. And then like she walked out of the elevator, and then that was it. No one really know how she got on the roof, or even how she even got in the water tank. So yeah, it's a pretty like weird mystery. I don't know if it's been solved yet. I don't think it's been solved yet. I think it's still a mystery as to how Alyssa Lam even got into the water tank in the first place. So yeah, that's another legend turned real. Anyway, rest in peace to Alyssa Lam, and condolences go out to their family. I don't know why I said it in that tone. I guess I just defaulted. I'm sorry. Condolences to Alyssa Lam's family. It's been like over... Would I say a decade? Not really, but it's been a while. I don't know if they solved the case yet. Have they solved the case of Alyssa Lam yet? Let's see. It doesn't look like it's solved. I'm not exactly sure. I didn't really actually research on whether it's been solved or not. But there were like I guess like there's a theory that because like Alyssa Lam had bipolar disorder, so people like suspected that had something to do with her demise. But still, how she got past the locked door, nobody knows. I'll bet you someone's gonna like comment comments like, oh, actually I'll bet you someone's gonna like leave in the comments like an explanation on how this even happened in the first place. I'm just gonna wait for that. Alright, next entry, Killer Cop. Killer Cop. Let me circle this properly. Ah, that will do. So the Killer Cop is an urban legend where a woman like hears a knock on the door and she answers it, and it's a police officer. So the officer like warns her that there's a serial killer on the loose, and then when the woman like lets the man in, the officer reveals that he is a killer, and before the woman can escape, the cop like kills her. I feel like I don't know. I feel like a police officer asking to be let into your house is a red flag. Like I feel like they need to confirm that they have at least a search warrant or something. I don't know. I'm not a law expert by any means, so I don't know. Maybe police officers are allowed to just come into your home. I don't know. I don't think so though, because wouldn't that just be like a breach of like privacy or something? I don't know. But anyway, this has happened. This has happened. But not in the way that the story kind of like tells it, but it does like revolve around like a man like using his authority as a police officer to commit crimes. So like in 1972, there was a man named Gerard John Schaefer. I don't actually know how you pronounce this word. Schaefer? So he was an actual like police officer, but he definitely did not have the heart of one, because he used his authority as a police officer to lure like two hitchhikers to like to a swamp, and he held them at gunpoint, and he tied them up to a tree, and then he was planning to execute those two by basically being a one-man firing squad. The two hitchhikers managed to escape because Gerard got like a call on his radio, and then this distraction allowed the hitchhikers to escape. So after his sergeant like found out what do you call the people who work under the sergeant? I don't know. His sergeant found out what he had done, and he was fired, and he was also like put in prison. And then he was released on bail, and then he ended up killing two other hitchhikers in the same way that he intended to. Honestly, they probably should have kept him in that jail for a lot longer. I don't remember how long they kept him in prison for. I didn't actually put that in my notes. But yeah, he was basically successful in committing 2 murders at least, which is unfortunate. So yeah, that is the killer cop legend. Alright, next one, Halloween hanging. Sorry if I'm like going silent, because I kind of have to adjust my throat for talking, because there's a bit of phlegm in there, so I kind of have to suck it up slightly. That's probably TMI, I don't know. Anyway, so the Halloween hanging legend is basically tells that the hanging corpse of a suicide victim, like it's like ignored, because people think it's like a Halloween decoration, because the person just happened to commit seppuku around Halloween time. And it's pretty sad that this has actually happened. Like for example, in 2005, a woman committed seppuku by hanging herself, and her corpse could be like seen by the public, but no one suspected anything, because since it was near Halloween, everyone thought it was like a Halloween decoration. And then there's also the case of like accidental hangings. Like in 2013, a 16-year-old boy died after he wanted to like pretend to hang from a noose as like a prank, but he ended up actually like dying because something like happened, like he lost his balance or something, and yeah. So yeah, it's pretty unfortunate, pretty grim. So yeah, rest in peace to whoever lost their lives. You've gone too soon. Okay, next on the list, Cropsy. So Cropsy is basically just the boogeyman, but then there's like kind of more, but then it's more like there's more detail as to what he does. So Cropsy is like a monster that punishes children who misbehave. It's basically like another thing that parents kind of use to like scare their children into behaving properly, which honestly I don't even know why you would use that as a means, but I guess it works. I guess short-term solutions sometimes work, I don't know. But basically Cropsy told of basically Cropsy is like this boogeyman-like entity that is a killer, and he has a hook for a hand, and he's supposedly a mental hospital escapee, and he like kidnapped children and like killed them. And this story became true in the 1980s, because there was a man named Andre Rand who worked as a custodian at the Willowbrook State School, and he was often the guy who would like hang around kids, and he also like took them on walks and like accompanied them during like trips. And like around this time, there were like disappearances of children in the area, and Andre Rand was like the main suspect, but he wasn't convicted until like 1987, where he was connected to the disappearance of 12-year-old Jennifer Schwager, and then he was the police like found like other connections to other child disappearances, and now he's in prison. And he's gonna remain in there until 2037, which is still quite a long way to go. And yeah, he was born in 1944. That's a long prison sentence, and he fucking deserves it. Alright, next legend. Welcome to the wonderful world of AIDS, which is a weird title, I'll give you that. So this legend is basically this legend is of a man who is celebrating his 21st birthday with his friends, and then his friends like get him drunk, and his friends like give him a gift that in the form of a stay at a hotel with a woman of the night. And then when he wakes up the next morning after that night, he goes to the bathroom, and on the mirror, written in lipstick, is the phrase, "Welcome to the world of AIDS." So basically, he has HIV from whatever he did with that woman. I'm not gonna go into detail. I don't want to. There is no case of this happening. There's also another like variation of this legend where like some malicious person is like putting like HIV needles in unsuspecting places like movie theater seats and stuff. So when people go to like sit down, they get pricked by the needle, and then they are then infected with HIV. So yeah. However, like neither of these stories have been proven to have happened. There have been no reported cases. But then again, I feel like it could happen because while there have been no reports of people getting infected with HIV through this kind of thing, people like getting pricked by some malicious figure putting needles in unsuspecting places, that has happened. And who's to say those needles can't have been laced with something? It hasn't happened, but it could have happened. But it hasn't. And let's just hope it stays that way. Because I'm pretty sure there is no cure for HIV or AIDS. I just think that the first story is a bit like cruel, because like assuming the guy's friends knew this was going to happen, like those are some bad friends. I mean, if you're like getting someone drunk against their will, I already consider you a bad friend. Like if someone says they don't want to drink, then don't fucking force them to drink. And again, it never really said that they forced him to drink, but the fact that the story says they get him drunk, it makes me think of that. And just don't force people to drink if they don't want to. Like, come on, have some respect. So anyway, that's that for that legend. So the next legend we have is the corpse in the chimney. So the corpse in the chimney is another legend that parents use to scare their children into behaving properly, which sounds strange because from what I've done, from like the research I've gathered, like the way this was told to the children is like the parents would say like, you better stay away from the chimney or else the body will get you. And then it's like, what body? Like what body? Is it just the body? It's like very vague. But I guess vagueness and like I guess the vagueness of the story kind of helps, because the fear of the unknown is definitely a very common fear among a lot of people. So I guess it kind of works. Like there's like no specifications of what the body is. It's just the body, and it doesn't even say like what happens if you encounter the body. But anyway, this has actually like happened. Like corpses have been found in chimneys. There was a case in 2015 where the mummified body of an 18-year-old named Josh Maddox was found in the chimney of an abandoned cabin. So one day Maddox like left to like go for a walk, and since like going for a walk was like a common like thing that he did like regularly, like no one really questioned like where he was going or anything. But one day he just like never came back, and so his family like launched like a missing persons case, and he wasn't found for like a very long time. And then there was a builder who decided to demolish one of his old cabins that he had, and he found Maddox's body inside the chimney of that cabin. And to this day, like no one really knows like how he got into the chimney and why he got into the chimney. Some people like suspect foul play. Some people think that he was like high on something and like climbed in there himself and got stuck. But no one really knows. He got into the chimney and died from suffocation or starvation. So yeah, rest in peace, Josh Maddox. Next one. This will be the last one on the third tier. The Toxic Fumes Lady. So the Toxic Fumes Lady. So I feel like this is not really a legend, because this is actually a case that because it has happened. Yeah, I don't think this is a legend, because usually the legends are the one that comes first, and then if something happens in the real world that like mirrors the legend, then that's kind of how it goes usually. But the Toxic Fumes Lady is like an actual case that happened. So I guess it's considered a legend because like some people don't think the story is like real or something. But there are like news reports on this. So I feel like it's not really a legend, but we're gonna go over it anyway. So the Toxic Fumes Lady. So basically the story basically goes like this. So basically so on February 19th of 1994, a woman by the name of Gloria Ramirez was admitted to hospital with like some health problems. She was like suffering from like difficulty breathing, a drop in blood pressure. She had like rapid heartbeat. So she was like rushed into the hospital, and the nurses like removed her shirt to like use the defibrillator. But when they like removed her clothing, they like saw that her body was like covered with this like oily substance. Like there was like an oily sheen like spread all over her body, and her mouth like reeked of this garlic like odor. So the nurses like drew some of her blood, and her blood smelled of ammonia, and then there were like some strange yellow particles floating in her blood. And then while all this was happening, and then suddenly like one of the nurses fainted, and then another one fainted, and then another. Like 6 people fainted in total. And then when they awoke, they like suffered like a bunch of symptoms like shortness of breath and like even like temporary paralysis. So like because of this, like hazmat officials had to be called in because like it was thought that there was some kind of like biohazard going on. And then after a while, Ramirez sadly passed away. So it's kind of a mystery as to how Ramirez's body was like releasing so much of this toxic fumes that 6 people could just suddenly pass out and then like start getting sick. There's a report that says that there's a high amount of dimethyl sulfate in Ramirez's blood, and that after they drew her blood, this substance got released into the air, and then the medical staff suffered from dimethyl sulfate poisoning after trying to study what was going on. So yeah, that was what happened. So it was suspected that Ramirez was using some kind of cream because before this happened, she was actually in late stages. She was suffering from late stage cervical cancer. So it was suspected that she was using this cream that had dimethyl sulfate as one of the ingredients. It was suspected that she was using this cream to cure her cervical cancer. The only problem is that her family denies that Ramirez ever used this cream. So no one really knows for sure how Ramirez's body got into the state where she was basically like a gas bomb. So yeah, nobody really knows how or why it happened. So yeah, that is the toxic fumes lady urban legend. Well, I wouldn't call it a legend, it's more so just like a true story that really has no answer. So yeah, that was the third tier of the iceberg. So now we can go ahead and go on to the 4th tier. I'm gonna go ahead and move the image up slightly so we can actually see this better. The next tier is called the Urban Legend Enjoyer. Right. So these ones are kind of one that you will probably have heard of if you're like an avid Urban Legend enjoyer. I mean, it's kind of in the name. Let me take a swig of water. My throat's hurting. Okay, where was I? Okay, first on the agenda, the Goat Man. Which sounds like a superhero. Well, not really. I was like, imagine if there was a superhero called Goat Man. Oh my god, don't hurt me, Goat Man. I don't even know what his superpower would be. But anyway, Goat Man's not a superhero. He's a ghost or spirit or a cryptid, I think. There's two different Goat Man legends. So one of the legends is from Maryland, from the state of Maryland, and it's basically a half goat, half man who wields a hatchet and he kills people. And the rumor kind of came up when a family found their dog. It became popular when in 1971 a family found their dog decapitated, and they blamed it on this entity called the Goat Man. And then there's another one, which is from Texas, which tells of a bridge, which tells of a bridge called the Old Alton Bridge, and now it's been dubbed the Goat Man's Bridge because it's said that the ghost of the Goat Man haunts the bridge as well as the surrounding forest. And there's a rumor that says that if you cross the bridge with your headlights off, the Goat Man will appear on the other side of the bridge. And whether he attacks you or not, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if he does attack you. And besides the goat man, there's also been like other paranormal sightings like floating orbs. There's also like ghostly figures around the area. And apparently people have also had rocks thrown at them around that place. So yeah. So the origin of I believe like both legends have their own like origins. So the one from Maryland, there's a lot of like different variations. I remember like reading one, which is like one of the theorized origins of the Maryland goat man is that there was like a mad scientist who like experimented on goats. And one day, one of his experiments backfired, and it turned him into the Goat Man. So the experiment like merged him and a goat together, and that's how the Goat Man kind of spawned. The one from Texas on the old Alton Bridge, tells of this black goat farmer who became a successful businessman, when he moved to Texas. And he became like pretty well known around the area. And since he was a goat farmer, he got the nickname the Goat Man. And since this was like back in the day, of course we have the Klansmen. And when they found out that this black man was like getting notoriety, they kidnapped him and they hung him from the old Alton Bridge. And before they also killed the rest of his family. So yeah, that would probably explain why the Goat Man would be like so like vengeful. Like imagine if you were just like doing business and then like a bunch of white people came and killed you just because you're black. And then they also killed your mom and dad. Actually no, it was his wife and children actually. Imagine they killed you, and then they also went on to kill your wife and your kids. Like imagine that. Like, I would be a vengeful spirit too. Like, why? Who wouldn't? Anyway, there's not really any like, it's not really like any like anything like backing up this story. Most of the origin stories of these urban legends, there's not really a lot of proof behind them. It's usually like people taking inspiration from like the current situation of things during the time. At least that's what I think. Next we have the Dog Boy. So the Dog Boy is kind of like the Goat Man. It seems like there's a lot of legends that are related to human-animal hybrids. Because usually human and animal hybrids are usually not something that could scientifically happen. So it's kind of like a good like I don't know, scary story to tell. Though the Dog Boy legend is not really in the same as the Goat Man, as in it's not really a legend of a dog boy hybrid. The legend is about like like this. There's a house in this small Arkansas town where this house is haunted by the spirit of the Dog Boy, and the spirit of the Dog Boy is allegedly of this boy by the name of Gerald Floyd Bettis, whom he was a problem child in his. And like when he was like a kid, he was like a very like snobbish and like arrogant kid. And then when he became like a teenager, he kidnapped and like tortured stray cats and dogs. And then there were also reports that he also like physically and psychologically abused his parents. He like locked them in a room for like long periods of time, and only like came around to feed them like maybe like once a day or something. And then he allegedly also like regularly gave like beatings to his own father. So yeah. And then in 1988, Gerald died of a drug overdose at the age of 34. And then like a legend formed that basically says that it said that his spirit still haunts the family home. It said that his eyes glow in the dark, and he carries like the corpse of a stray cat I guess the reason why he's called Dog Boy is because he mainly did this to like stray dogs, mainly, I guess. So yeah, that's the Dog Boy legend. Alright, next we have Mothman. Honestly, I'm surprised that Mothman is not at least in like second tier. I feel like a lot of you probably would have heard of Mothman. Because like, isn't Mothman like a very widespread cryptid? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I feel like most people know who I feel like most people know Mothman and what he is. But I guess if it's in the 4th tier, it probably means that it's not as well known as I thought. And so I guess I'm gonna have to explain it as well. So anyway, so Mothman is basically this cryptid that has like red glowing eyes, and he has like really big wings. And it's like a black colored creature. And it was first sighted in like 1966 by 2 grave diggers in Clendenin in West Virginia. So yeah, Mothman is basically this like 10-foot tall like monster with like big black wings, and his eyes like glow like a deep red. And I think another like detail that is very commonly mentioned for the Mothman is that he seems to predict like catastrophic events, as in he will appear like in a certain like location, and like moments after he appears, something bad will happen. Like for example, in 1967, it was reported that the Mothman could be seen flying above the Silver Bridge, just before like the thing collapsed, which resulted in 46 people losing their lives. So like ever since then, like people have reported seeing this Mothman around places right before they encounter some kind of disaster. Like Mothman has been sighted like before like earthquakes, tsunamis, even like terrorist attacks sometimes. So the Mothman is kind of seen as like this kind of clairvoyance, or some people even think like he's a whistleblower, like he's the one that's causing the accidents, which I guess could be possible. I mean, look at him. Just Google like a picture of the Mothman. He looks evil. But who knows? I mean, we don't even know if it's real. I believe there were like, while I was researching, I think there were like a couple of photos that allegedly like showed the Mothman on camera. But I guess it could be fake for all we know. I'm not really sure. Anyway, we are going to move on to the Chupacabra. I'm pretty sure it's spelled wrong in this iceberg. It's supposed to be a P there. It's not Chupacabra, it's Chupacabra. So the Chupacabra is okay, so you guys have probably heard of this as well. I feel like if you are from Mexico, you probably know this one. It's definitely a one from it's definitely like a folklore creature from there almost. So the Chupacabra is this creature. It's like this big dog-like creature that like sucks the blood of livestock. Oh. The reason why it's called Chupacabra is because it's a combination of 2 Spanish words, chupar, meaning to suck, and cabra, meaning goat. Because chupacabras mainly target goats. So basically, Chupacabra is basically just Spanish for goat sucker. So it first came up. So the Chupacabra first came up because like in 1995, some farmers found their livestock dead and they were like drained of all their blood. And so they blamed it on this creature called the Chupacabra. And then they also had like descriptions of it, which they said to be like a dog-like or even like kangaroo-like creature with like big red eyes. And it's also like hairless. However, of course, like of course, like any other legend, there's gonna be like people who are like, nah, I don't believe it. So like people like suspect that this chupacabra creature is actually just like coyotes or dogs that suffer from some kind of condition that results in like hair loss, and the reason they attacked livestock was because of the condition itself. Like it drives the dogs. It's almost like rabies, to where like the dog or the coyote becomes like super aggressive and then starts like attacking things. That would explain why it was attacking livestock. So yeah, that's what the chupacabra is. Okay, next one, which is the black-eyed children. Gotta drink some water again. Whew, gotta take a deep breath there. So the black-eyed children are basically like these paranormal creatures that look like children. They usually look like children with between the ages of 6 and 16. And they look like regular children. Until you look them in the eye and you'll just see a void. Because you know what? Their eyes are void black. Yeah, I know, creepy, right? Anyway, so yeah, they're called. I mean, that's kind of what. I mean, yeah, that's kind of why they're called black-eyed children. Their eyes are like completely black, and they are usually seen like hitchhiking or knocking on the front doors of houses or even going up to cars. They usually like wear like clothes that cover most of their heads, or even like dark colored clothes. They usually have a hood or something, and they will like go over to people's homes or cars. Yeah, usually if it's a car, it usually means there's a driver in there. So they will go up to these people, and then they will ask for help. And people who have encountered the black-eyed children, they say that they feel like a sense of dread when they see the children, when they like get up close to them. But despite like feeling this like overwhelming dread, their body like starts moving in a way that goes to actually kind of help the children. Like they feel like this instinctual movement, like they're reaching towards the doorknob or they're reaching towards the car door to like open it. But then as soon as they, like, people say like it feels as though they're being mind controlled, like they're being controlled by something else. It's like the black-eyed children are controlling them to let them in. And then when they make eye contact with the black-eyed children, they will like look into their dark eyes, and then they will like instantly pull back, and then just like run away, I guess. So yeah, the black-eyed children is almost like this kind of like mind-controlling like entity that it's like one of those like creatures that pretend to be like something vulnerable, like a child or like an animal, and then when you go up to it to like help them, they kill you or something. Yeah. Alright, next on this list is Teke Teke. Teke. Teke Teke. So this one is from Japan. I'm not sure if you could guess that, but yeah, it is from Japan. So Teke Teke is the name of a vengeful spirit, or as they call it in Japan, they call it Onryo in Japan. So it's a vengeful spirit that lurks around like train stations at night. So it's the ghost of like a young woman with like the bottom half of her body missing. Like it's like missing, and she wields around like a large scythe, which she uses to cut people in half. If she like sees you, she will like chase you down and slice you in half. And what's scary is that she is surprisingly fast for a creature that has no legs. And this vengeful spirit is called Teke Teke because of the sound it makes when they like roam around. Like it makes a tick tick tick. Like I don't know if you can like imagine that or not. I mean I can't. Can you imagine a Teke Teke sound that isn't me saying Teke Teke? It's just like a or something like that. Could be. I don't know. So yeah. So the origins of this legend is I've seen like 2 different like origins. So some say that the ghost is basically of this young woman who was like abused by military personnel. Like one day she was like assaulted, and then she was like left injured on the railway tracks, and then she was ran over by a train that cut her in half. And then there's another story of a schoolgirl who is like being bullied, and then she was like pushed onto the train tracks, and then you know what happens next. So yeah, honestly, all these urban legends are kind of just like, I feel like all these urban legends of vengeful spirits, I feel like they're just like a PSA to like tell people to like treat those around you with respect. Otherwise, they're gonna turn into a vengeful spirit and they're gonna kill you. I feel like that's what most of these urban legends are. Like most of these urban legends usually have some kind of story behind them. Alright, next we move on to Charlie No Face. Okay, so this is actually one that actually has like some truth to it. So Charlie No Face, or he's also known as the Green Man. So it's a legend that plagues Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania, and it basically tells of this man that has like a very badly deformed face, and he usually roams the roadside at like the dead of night. And there's different origins as to how this man got his face mangled like that, but it usually involves like his skin melting and turning green. Sometimes it's not even like the man is still roaming around, it just says that his ghost is still roaming around the place. So yeah, that's one of the things that happens. So yeah, sometimes it's the man himself, other times it's the ghost of him. So, this is actually a true one. Like, it's actually like a true urban legend, and honestly, it's kind of sad. Like the true version of this legend. The true story is that in 1919, there was a boy, an 8-year-old boy by the name of Raymond Robinson, who he was trying to like take a look at a bird nest that was pushed on top of a tree, and the tree was like very close to some like telephone poles. No, not telephone poles. Electrical wires. Yeah. Oh, hello. Hey, welcome to the stream. I'm going through the Urban Legends Iceberg today. So if you wanna like chat, like go ahead. If you wanna just like listen, that's fine too. So yeah, please enjoy your time. Yeah. So just like get comfortable. Just like you can like just put on some headphones. It's kind of also like a listen kind of stream. So yeah, just enjoy your time. Anyway, so continuing on from Charlie No Face. So basically, Raymond was trying to look at a bird's nest that was on top of a tree, and the tree was like close to some power lines. And while he was like climbing the tree, he touched one of the power lines, and he got like severely electrocuted to the point where like his facial features like melted and warped, and one of his arms was like blown off, and he basically like became impaired. And yeah, he survived, but he's now like severely like mangled, and now he's been like isolated from like most of his family and friends because of his like frightening appearance. And that's the reason why he only goes out at night, so he can avoid judgment from other people. It's honestly a really sad story because I feel okay, it's gonna sound like really cliche, but I feel like people should just be accepted regardless of how they look. Yeah, it's a very cliche message, but it's still true either way, so... Yeah, it's pretty sad that he has to resort to only going out at night simply because people can't see him beyond his scary face. I've been deep down in the rabbit hole and wanted for way too many years to count as a music buff. Huh. Very interesting. I assume you're also like really interested in like Urban Legends. Because I am as well. It's actually pretty cool. I don't know, something like I said this before, but I decided to research this as out of boredom. I thought it was pretty interesting. Anyway, moving on from Charlie No Face, we have the Slit-Mouthed Woman, also known as Kuchisake Onna. So from that name, you should be able to tell this is from Japan. So this is basically of a vengeful spirit that roams the streets of Japan at night. They seem to always roam at night, which I guess is kind of kind of expected. I mean, yeah, ghosts usually appear at night, don't they? So this spirit wears a face mask that covers most of her face, and she carries around like a very large like knife or pair of scissors. There's usually a pair of scissors from what I've read. So like she will like approach people. She will like approach people who are walking at night, and she will approach you, and she will ask, "Am I pretty?" Now, if you say no, she will kill you. And if you say yes, she will remove her mask, and you will see that her mouth is like severely disfigured. It's like being cut from end to end to reveal like a very like disfigured smile. I'm not really sure how to describe it. Like, imagine like the corners of your mouth, right? Someone took a pair of scissors and cut it all the way to your ears. That is what it looked like. So she will remove her mask to reveal her severely disfigured face, and then she will ask, "How about now?" Or she might even just say, "Am I pretty?" again. So if you say no now, she will kill you. And if you say yes, she will cut your face with her knife to make your face look like hers. So yeah, there really is no winning this. It's either you die or you just get severely disfigured for the rest of your life. Actually, no, there is a way to escape, actually. Because it says that you can escape by simply saying, "Oh, you look average," or "I've got something to attend to, I don't really have time." And then this kind of acts as like some kind of distraction. You can even like throw candy or candles at her to like distract her. And this will also like give you time to escape. It's yeah. So the origin of this legend, like, it dates back to Japan's Edo period, which is let me just see, how long ago is that? The Edo period is around 1603. And it basically tells of this beautiful woman who married a samurai. And since her samurai husband was like constantly like not home because he's a samurai, he's constantly out fighting, right? So she like took advantage of this absence of him to like have affairs with other men around the town. And like once her husband found out, he cut her face so that he could like make her not beautiful anymore as like punishment for her unfaithfulness. And so yeah, that's kind of how this legend came about. So yeah, I think this is like one of the few vengeful spirits that is actually the bad guy, because like I mean, yeah, cutting your unfaithful wife's face is definitely an overreaction to like cheating, but I guess it was like the 1600s. People weren't really as civil back then. I don't know, but yeah. So anyway, why don't we move on to La Llorona? I feel like most Spanish and Latin American people would know this one, because it's actually like from their folklore. So it's basically it's another vengeful spirit story. A lot of these urban legends are of vengeful spirits for some reason. I don't really know why. I guess it's because ghost stories are are easy to... I guess it's because ghost stories are kind of easy to like make scary. So La Llorona, I don't actually know how to pronounce this in Spanish, I don't speak Spanish. It's also called the Weeping Woman, and it's basically a ghost of a woman who like roams like riverbanks at night, and she cries out for her children. The thing is, she was the one who drowned her children. And then like she drowned her children and then drowned herself. And in death, she regrets her decision so much that she's like for eternity she cries out for them. So the origin, there's like a couple of different origins of this urban legend. The one I read was of this story where this beautiful woman married this handsome cowboy, and they had children, but the man never really paid attention to his own wife, and he simply just only played with the children, which is sucky. That's a dick move. So the woman, so this woman got so jealous of her own children that she basically drowned them in a river, and then she became and then after she did the deed, she became so full of guilt that she drowned herself as well, and now she roams along the riverbank wearing a white gown, and then she just cries out for her children in the dead of night. I remember hearing somewhere that if you hear the cries of La Llorona, it means you are destined to die. At least is what I've heard. I might be wrong, I'm not really sure. So anyway, let's go on to the Jersey Devil. Or should I say the Jersey Devil? I think that's just a misspelling. But anyway. So the Jersey Devil is this like cryptid that roams around the marshes of southern New Jersey. And it's like a very mischievous cryptid because it causes like havoc in the nearby towns. It's the people who have seen it describe it as this kangaroo-like creature with the head of a dog, the wings of a bat, and horns and a tail, which is quite the Pokemon evolution. So the Jersey Devil was like blamed a lot by farmers, and they usually blamed it for like destroying crops and killing their livestock. And this legend was like, it got like so viral to the point where like people were being offered like large sums of money to capture this thing alive or dead. But well, the thing was never captured because these were just like legends at the end of the day. But I wonder if anyone has ever tried to like fake. I wonder if anyone has ever tried to like fake like capturing this thing, like they killed a bunch of animals and like stuck the parts together, and then they go to the townsfolk, and then they're like, "Hey, I caught the Jersey Devil. Can I have my money now? I just solved all our problems. I killed the monster that keeps causing us trouble. Can I be paid, please?" Anyway, yeah. Now, Krampus. I feel like Krampus is more well known than this iceberg kind of makes it. I don't know. But basically, if Santa is like the angel of Christmas, Krampus is the demon of Christmas. Actually, I'm pretty sure that's what he is. I'm pretty sure Krampus is literally just a demon. So Santa is the one giving out presents to the nice children, and Krampus will be here punishing those who are naughty. He punishes the naughty children. So he's like a half goat, half demon monster thing. So if you just like imagine what Lucifer looks like, that's probably what Krampus looks like. So yeah, he basically just like punishes naughty children during Christmas time. I feel like Krampus is another legend that parents use to scare their children into like behaving properly. I don't know, it just kind of feels like it. Like any legend that is used to scare children into behaving properly is gonna be like used by parents to kind of like scare them into behaving. So yeah. It says that Krampus will like beat children with sticks. Like he even like eats them, or he even like drags them to hell. Which is a pretty like morbid punishment for a child. It's a pretty like violent death for like anybody, let alone a child. Like I get that they're naughty, but still, why would you punish a child like that? Why would you ever punish a child with death? But I guess I can't really expect less from a demon. He's a demon. Can we really expect him to be nice? No, of course not. I can please say I've never had such scare tactics that used on me. Yeah, I never had those too. I mean, I never really believed in those things anyway. I never believed in Santa as a kid. I always knew that it was my family who got the presents. I guess it's because I don't know. Is it just me? I feel like Santa as well as Krampus is more so a legend that's perpetuated more in the West. Because I come from an Asian household, right? So like I guess because like different like places in the world like have different legends and beliefs, right? So I guess that it's kind of how it works. So anyway, Bunny Man. The Bunny Man. Imagine this be like similar to like Candyman. It's not. But basically, the Bunny Man is like, it tells of a legend of this man in a bunny costume that roams around the Colchester overpass, which is now known as the Bunny Man Bridge due to this legend. So he carries around an axe and he chops at people who get too close by. It's said that the corpses of rabbits are like strewn around the area wherever he is. Like some people even say he's like a vengeful spirit of an escaped mental patient who got hit by the train that was going over the bridge. And you know what the scariest part is that the legend is actually true, because in 1970, there was an Air Force cadet named Robert Bennett, and he was driving around the area with his fiancée, and they stopped around at the side of the road. Anyways, Bunnyman sounds like some sort of cheesy superhero of sorts without the context of the urban legend. Yeah, it does sound like that. I wonder what his superpower would be. If Bunnyman was a superhero, what would his superpower be? What are bunnies known for? Bunnies are known for like jumping, right? So I would assume like Bunnyman can just like jump really high. Like I get, how useful would that be? This is off topic from the urban legend, but how useful would it be for a superhero to like be able to jump like really high? I guess it means that he could probably like chase someone better, because even if the criminal manages to get over like a really high wall, the Bunnyman's like, this is amateur hour. Then he just jumps over the wall with like no effort whatsoever. Anyway, so the Bunnyman legend is actually true, because an Air Force cadet by the name of Robert Bennett and his fiancée were like driving along the area. They stopped by the side of the road around midnight, and then they saw something like move in the rear view mirror. And then as they were like trying to follow where this figure was going, someone with an axe. Wait, no, that was for later. But someone like started like someone like smashed some like the figure like came up to them and like smashed the passenger side window, and he screamed at them about trespassing. So of course they hightailed it out of there, and then like when they got out of the car, they found a hatchet like at the foot of the on the floor of the car. Oh, I don't know how to read the name, but thanks for the follow. Hello, welcome to me explaining the Urban Legend Iceberg. I thought this was a cool thing to do. This is more of like a chatting stream, so if you want to chat, like, you're free to do. If you want to listen, feel free to do so as well. So anyway, so yeah, that was which one is this? That one was tier 4. So yeah, that was tier 4 of the Urban Legend Iceberg. So now we are going to move on to tier 5, which is Urban Legend Fan. I'm not really sure what's the difference in Urban Legend Fan and Urban Legend Enjoyer. They sound basically the same to me. I have a question. Yeah, sure, go ahead. Just put it in the chat. Alright, tier 5, Urban Legend Fan. Starting off with Spring Heel Jack. So, this one takes us to the UK. So, Spring Heel Jack is from English Victorian folklore, and it started in 1837 when people reported seeing this like entity with like clawed hands and eyes that they say resembled balls of fire. So he had like fiery, like glowing eyes basically. And he also wore this black cloak that covered most of his body. And he would like jump from rooftop to rooftop. And he also breathed blue and white flames from his mouth. So he's like a dragon. I have a question. While in the marketplace, you witness a thief cut a purse from a noble. Even as he does so, the noble notices and calls for the city guards. In his haste to get away, the thief drops the purse near you. Surprisingly, no one seems to notice the bag of coins at your feet. What do you do? Wait, let me see this. This is not related to the stream, but you know what? I kind of want to answer this question. Let's see. While you witness, he drops the purse near you. Surprisingly, no one seems to notice the bag of coins at your feet. What do you do? So you're basically asking me what would I do if I was framed? Honestly, I don't know. I feel like there's not really much you could do. I feel like the only thing I could do is probably surrender. Because I feel like trying to deny or even run away would probably only make things worse. Then again, my answer kind of like puts into the trust that there won't be any evidence against me. That like if he drops it near me, I'm not gonna pick it up, because if I pick it up, then it's only going to make me look guilty. So, yeah. But the way the language here is used, this makes me think it's like from the 1800s, where like, because you say like city guards, unless you're trying to tell me like this is like from modern times or something, I don't know. But yeah, if this happened to me, I would probably like, I would probably like the first thing I would probably do is probably like step away from it to just disassociate with the evidence. So, and then I guess I'll just like kind of, I would probably just let the city guards take over from there. Yeah, that's kind of what I would do. Yeah, anyway, so that was a bit of a detour. So anyway, returning back to Spring-Heeled Jack. So the most famous report regarding Spring-Heeled Jack was the report where he supposedly attacked two teenage girls, named Lucy Scales and Jane Alsop. So for Alsop's case, she answered the door to a man claiming to be a police officer, and the officer asked for a candle. And since this was like 18 like the 1800s, I guess that would be normal. So yeah. He's better knowing this amount not getting involved. Yeah, I just think it's better not to get involved with like crimes. Like that's usually like the safest way to go about things. Don't see the smile face killer. That's not on this iceberg, and I actually haven't heard of that one. I might actually research that sometime. Let's see, where was I? So when Alsop answered the door, there was a man there claiming to be a police officer, and he asked for a candle. And when Alsop brought a candle to him, the man revealed himself to be Spring-Heeled Jack, and he attacked her I just said he attacked her. I don't remember the details, but I just know that he attacked her. And then in Scale's case, she was walking home from a visit to her brother, and then she saw a man in an alleyway, and she was being accompanied by her sister at the time. So the two girls like approached this man in the alleyway, and when she like tapped on his shoulder, like she was like, "Hey, are you okay?" And then the man turned around and he like spit blue flames in Scale's face, which like blinded her, and it left her like suffering from seizures on the ground. So yeah, it's definitely like a very paranormal kind of entity. But because last time I checked, no normal human can spit blue flames from their mouth that can also blind you and affect you with seizures. So yeah, that's definitely something. I kind of want to know how these came up though. So yeah, that was Spring-Heeled Jack. Okay, next on the agenda we have the Monkey Man of Delhi. So this one is a more well, okay, I can't really say that, can I? I was about to say this one is a more location-based. This one is a more location-restricted legend, but then I realized that all these legends are all confined to one location usually. So yeah, I can't really say that. Anyway, the Monkey Man of Delhi is this alleged entity that like resides in the streets of Delhi in India. And oh god, my throat. And I drank so much water since the stream. I drank so my water bottle is like almost is like kind of half empty, and now I actually like kind of need to use the bathroom, but I'm just gonna hold it for a bit. So anyway, this entity known as the Monkey Man of Delhi. So he's been reported as attacking those living in slums or on top of rooftops. And victims are usually left with like these deep scratch marks and gouges on their body. And almost 20 people have been reported being attacked by this Monkey Man. I get something out of my throat. So it said that this Monkey Man, he's called the Monkey Man because he has like a monkey-like face, and he also has the ability to slip away quickly, which I guess a monkey could do. I mean, they're pretty nimble. This part of the description of him kind of made me laugh a little bit, because it says that he was described as wearing a helmet having metal claws and roller skates and a black hide. I'm just trying to imagine like a guy with roller skates just like racing past someone and just like, I got you, slash. So yeah, So yeah, biologists who like looked at the incidents, they said that the injuries were animal-like, but people insist that the monkey man used metal claws and teeth, as like trying to frame it as like on actual monkeys. Yeah, so so yeah, but yeah, the conclusion is that there is no conclusion because this monkey man was never actually caught. So nobody knows where he is now. I don't even know if he's even still attacking people, honestly. So anyway, next is Paul is dead. Let me circle this correctly. I can't believe I'm using a mouse for this. Next is Paul is dead. So when I first saw this, I was immediately reminded of the mistranslated sign that I've seen once. For some reason, there this is off topic, but I remember like seeing a picture. I saw a picture of like this like label in like a buffet, and it was a mistranslation of meatballs, and for some reason it said Paul is dead. So yeah, I don't even know how you get Paul is dead from meatballs from a mistranslation, but anywho, let's talk about the Beatles. Let's talk about the Beatles urban legend Paul is dead. So basically, it's a theory. It's basically like sorry, I can't speak. So Paul is dead is like an urban legend / conspiracy theory that Paul McCartney of the Beatles like died in a car accident, and he was replaced with a look-alike to not cause fans to like go into mass hysteria or something. So like in 1969, there was a DJ by the name of Russ Gibb. He was told by an anonymous caller to play the Beatles song Revolution 9 backwards, and when he did so, the words sounded like it said "Turn on me, dead man." Though I feel like it's a little bit of a stretch because I feel like this is like a phonetic version of pareidolia. So anyway, so this like so Russ like was convinced by this, and then in the song Strawberry Fields Forever, it said that before the song was released, Paul died in a car accident, and then the band simply just replaced him with a look-alike so that their fans wouldn't like panic. They believe this because at the end of the song Strawberry Fields Forever, you can hear John Lennon say, "I buried Paul." Though this theory doesn't really hold up much because the band actually knew about the legend before the production of Strawberry Fields Forever, and and most people believe that the Beatles simply just wanted to play along with the legend. So John was like, so I feel like the band was like, you know, wouldn't it be funny if we just like pretended like Paul died? I don't know. But yeah, basically that's what most people believed. So, next legend. Spiders in... Shit. Man, I can't circle. So, man, please. Spiders in the hairdo. I used to think it was pronounced hairdo, but it's pronounced hairdo. But yeah. So this legend is basically about... It basically says that it's possible for spiders to lay eggs in like very bushy human hair, like, you know, like the afro hairstyle, or there's another, there's a bunch of different hairstyles that like have that bushy kind of look, but the only one I know is an afro. So the story goes that there is this middle-aged woman who like loved her hair tied in a bun, and she loved it so much that she refused to like disturb it. So like she slept with it, she went out with it, she even like showered with it. But when she was showering, she put a shower cap over her head so that her hair wouldn't get messed up. So basically she never washed her hair like at all. And then And then after a while, her hair began to like smell, and her scalp began to like itch a little bit. But she simply just like sprayed hairspray into her scalp to like kind of just like relieve some of the itching a little bit. And then one morning she didn't like wake up, and then her husband like investigated, and then he found that she actually died in her sleep. And it was a mystery for a while until doctors like looked like more closely, and they found out that a black widow actually like laid eggs in her hair, and when the eggs hatched, the babies like burrowed into the woman's skull and like feasted on her brain, and like yeah, that's how she died. I also forgot to put a disclaimer for arachnophobia, Kin. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry if you've been scared off. But yeah, that was basically it's another spider one. Like just earlier we had another spider related legend. It was like it was like the spider bite. Yeah. That was like another spider related one. So yeah, it was this legend was disproved because most biologists determined that spiders don't really consider human hair to be a very nice place to live, let alone lay eggs. Like, a spider would just look at human hair and it's like, that is too much for me. I'm not gonna give birth there. So yeah, no case of this happening. It's just like, I feel like most of these urban legends are like things that you think could happen, but in reality they can't actually because of science and stuff. So anyway, yeah, the last four on this tier are actually all from Japan. And let's start with Futakuchi Onna, which I actually thought was going to be some other variation of Kuchisake Onna because they both end with Onna. But no, it has nothing to... It really has nothing to do with it, but it does have something to do with a woman's mouth again. So yeah, so Futakuchi Onna also is known for... It's also known as the two-mouthed woman in English. So it's a type of like Japanese yokai. Yokai is like monster. It's like what Japanese people call monsters. So the Futakuchi Onna looks like any like regular woman. It might even just be like a really beautiful woman. But if you look like very closely at the back of her head, you will notice that the woman's skull actually like splits into two. No, not splits into two. It splits in a way where it forms a mouth in the back of her head, which is complete with teeth and lips. And then this mouth will use like these hair-like tentacles to like find and devour food. So yeah, already pretty creepy. Spanish reported a giant wasp with a 10-centimeter wingspan with shrunkens. They were right. Damn. But why do I feel like I've heard that before? Like, it's like the killer wasps. What was it called? Like the killer wasp? Oh no, it's called the murder hornets. Is that what you're referring to, or is it something else? Was it called the murder hornets? I don't actually know. Anyway. So there is one story of the Futakuchi Onna where it tells of a man who married this beautiful woman. However, like throughout their life, he's never noticed his own wife eat, like ever. So one day he decides to spy on her to like find out how she's even like alive. Like, goddamn woman, you don't eat like ever. Ever. Do I really suck at cooking that much? You don't even eat, but somehow you're still alive. How? So one day he decides to like spy on her, and then she finds like that she is a Futakuchi Onna. Like she like opens up the back of her skull and like somehow eats. So once he finds this out, he plans on divorcing her, but like the monster like finds out about this and kidnaps him and like brings him to the mountain, like tries to bring him to the mountains. But luckily he manages to escape, and then he just finds shelter in a place where the monster can't find him. So yeah, that is the Futakuchi Onna. Pretty interesting yokai. Honestly, Japanese folklore is like pretty interesting. Honestly, folklore in general is like pretty interesting. Because like, you can see like how different cultures think of like different kinds of monsters and stuff. Right. Alright, next. The next legend we have is the girl in the gap. So this one actually, this one actually freaked me out when I first read it, because like, I don't know, something about it like really creeped me out for some reason. Because it felt like something that could happen in a nightmare or something, even though I don't really get nightmares as often. So the girl in the gap is another Japanese urban legend, and it tells of a female spirit that hides in like the dark gaps of like furniture, like, you know, like the dark gap between like your bed and your wall, for example, something like that, or even like in your closet or something, or even like within the floorboards. That's even creepier. So it says that if you like see her and make eye contact with her, she will like stare back at you, and she will ask, "Do you want to play hide and seek?" And it doesn't matter whether you say no or not. Like once she asks you this, it's game on, and she will disappear. So basically, this ghost doesn't know what consent is. So she will disappear. And if you ever come across her again, the game will end and she will be the winner. And then she will then drag you into the darkness of the gap. And this darkness will act like as a kind of portal to another dimension where you will spend the rest of eternity in. Which is pretty chilling. I don't know why this one creeped me out so much, because I feel like dark gaps is like a very common thing in a lot of households. So yeah, I feel like so sometimes I will be like sometimes it will be like nighttime, and then I'll be like sitting in my seat, and then I look over at like some like dark gaps in my room, and then I'm just like, please don't be there, please don't be there. Yeah, it really just like freaks me out every time. You want me to tell you about Japanese animal weapons? Maybe we can save that for like a different stream. I don't know. When you say animal weapons, do you mean like weapons that help kill animals more efficiently, or weapons, or as in like utilizing weapons, utilizing animals as weapons? I don't know. But anyway, weapons that use animals. Huh. So is it like similar to like war elephants, where like soldiers from the olden days, they use elephants to like charge or something? Is it like that? I feel like it. I don't know. Anyway. Anyway, where's my projector? Oh, here we go. Okay, so the next one is... Oh wait, there's actually 5 from... Actually, wait, no, 5 of these are from Japan. I forgot about this one. You can't see my cursor, but you'll see in a second. Anyway, Red Cloak. So Red Cloak is this urban legend from Japan. It's another one that resides. It's an urban legend that resides in a bathroom. So yeah, Red Cloak is this urban legend that tells of a spirit of a man in a red cloak that haunts the last stall of a public bathroom. It's more natively known as Akamanto. So it's said that in life, he was like a very handsome man that women would like fall head over heels for, but in death, he wears a mask to hide his face. So when someone goes to use the last stall, there will be a chance that Akamanto will appear, and then they will ask, do you want red paper or blue paper? Also, it's worth noting that if you think bringing your own toilet paper is gonna save you, it won't, because once Akamanto appears, your own toilet paper is gonna disappear. So if you choose red paper, you will be lacerated to the point where you're drenched in your own blood, or it will like he will like slit your throat. And then if you choose blue paper, he will suffocate you until you turn blue. So either way, you die. And if you think and you try to be smart, and if you try to be smart and you think selecting some other color is gonna save you, well, that's only gonna piss Akamanto off, and he will just drag you to hell. So the only way to survive is to just say, I don't need any. The only way to survive is to just refuse, and Akamanto will just disappear. So yeah, it means you won't be able to wipe yourself, but it's either that or you spend eternity in hell, or you die, I guess. So if you value your life, I guess it wouldn't hurt if you just go without if you just go without like wiping for once, if it means your life depends on it. So yeah. Next legend, the Red Room. The Red Room. So here's another one from Japan. It seems that Japan really loves urban legends. Like, there's a lot of urban legends from Japan. It seems like they really love urban legends. I don't know why. Like, Japanese urban legends are like some of them are like super creepy. So anyway, Red Room. So it's also known as the Red Room Curse. And it tells of... So the Red Room Curse is basically an ominous like red pop-up that will appear. And then in black text, it will read, do you like the Red Room? It will ask in bold black letters, do you like the Red Room? And once you receive this pop-up, there's no turning back. Your fate is sealed. So like no matter how many times you press no matter how many times you close this pop-up, it will just continue to appear. And it will continue and continue to appear to the point where your screen will just be filled with the names of like past victims. And nobody knows what actually happens afterwards, but the conclusion is that you will die. And you will die with your blood covering the walls of the room you are in. And that's why it's called the Red Room, because the room will be red with your own blood. So yeah, best hope you don't receive a strange red pop-up. And if you do, I guess it's just best you accept your inevitable demise. Oh god, I really have to pee right now. Alright, we'll go over this last one on this tier, and I'm going to the bathroom. Alright, 8-foot tall woman. So this is another one from Japan. A lot of ones from Japan. And when I say 8-foot tall woman, I don't mean Lady Dimitris. I'm not talking about Resident Evil here. No, don't worry, I'll be fast. So this one's known natively as Hachishaku-sama. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. So it's about this like very tall female spirit. It's like an impossibly tall like female spirit that it from the depictions I've seen, it like wears like a really large like white hat and like it wears like a really long white dress. So yeah, that's what it supposedly looks like. And it will usually call out with like either a deep masculine or like high feminine voice, and she will like repeat the word po over and over again. 8-foot tall woman. It sounds like everyone who has a king for females that are tall randomly appear. Oh man. Yeah, that would be that's yeah, okay. I won't be a good viewer if I don't mom the fuck out. I'll be quick, I promise. Yes. Wait, so oh wait. Oh, I thought the music cut off for a second. So, when someone gets targeted by the 8-foot tall woman or Hachishaku-sama, I can't really say that really fast. They will like hear the Po word being repeated to them, and they are the only ones. The victims will be the only ones who can see and hear this spirit. No one else will be able to see it. So this spirit will like slowly get closer and closer, and eventually the victim will like disappear. So this spirit usually like targets like young men and children, but it's not unheard of for women to be targeted as well. So yeah, so this is another one of those like things. This is another one of those legends to where like if you encounter it, your fate is basically sealed. So yeah. So yeah, that's basically what the 8-foot tall woman legend is. Hopefully you don't walk out the door one day and see an 8-foot tall woman in front of you. And if you do, well, I salute you. Right. Right, I'm literally about to burst here. Let me just get a I have a screen to put on my I have an image to put on my screen to signify that I have gone to the bathroom, so let me just do that. Alright, I'll be back in a second. Alright, I am back. Let's get rid of that image so you can see the iceberg again. Ooh, you're back. Alright. Oh man, my man, that felt good to relieve myself. Right. Okay, where was I? Oh yeah, I just finished, this is tier 5, I believe? Yeah, this is tier 5. Wait, my mic is on, right? Yeah, I didn't mute it. It's okay. Alright, we are on alright, let me go and move this image just higher up so we can see more of it. Let me see. So we're moving on to tier 6, which is small town legends turn big. Actually, wait, give me a second. Whoa, I just disappeared there. Alright. Okay, we are on tier 6. Yes. Let's go. Alright. Walking Sam. Sam be walking though. So Walking Sam, this legend actually kind of reminds me of Slender Man in a way. Because like it's an urban legend about this paranormal figure that's like haunting the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. So this location that has like a long history of death. Like a lot of Lakota Indians were like killed during the Wounded Knee massacre. I'm not gonna go into detail. I'm I'm not gonna go into detail on the Wounded Knee massacre because I didn't actually record any of the I didn't actually record that down. So I guess you could just like search it up for yourself. That was like that's probably like a lot of details. So like this area is like really like haunted now because like for some reason in this like location like there will be like clusters of suicides by teenagers in this area, and that sprung up in like 2015, and so I guess people kind of like came up with this legend of this like ghost thing called Walking Sam. So it's described as this like 7-foot tall figure with eyes but no mouth, and he wears a stovepipe hat, whatever that means. that's what the article said when I researched it. And he basically tries to convince anyone who's around in the area to he basically tells them like, oh, your life is worthless, you'll never make it in life. He basically wants this Walking Sam basically wants to convince people to like end it all basically. And the legend also says that he mainly targets younger people because like younger people are more easily manipulated and gaslit. Yeah. Though some people say that Walking Sam is just like a punisher, or it's like a spirit looking for like some kind of friend, because like you know how a spirit gets friends? They tell the living to go die. Because the only way a ghost can get friends is to get friends that are ghosts themselves. I don't know. I don't really know how you can see. I don't know how you see Walking Sam as a malevolent spirit, if the legend literally says that he literally tells people to die. Don't know how that works, but I guess people will just come up with things anyway. Anyway, the Midnight Jogger. The Midnight Jogger, there's like a lot of different... this legend is probably one of the more like widespread ones. Like many different like states have their own Midnight Jogger, and they're all like the same. It's all of like a jogger who was hit by a car on the road, and then their spirit hangs around the road at night. So yeah, there's not really a lot to say about this because the legend's pretty simple. It's your average like ghost story of like a jogger whose life ended too soon. Yeah, it's basically just that. Okay, let's move on to this one, which is probably a little bit more interesting. Bodies in the Sydney Harbour Bridge. That's some delicious water. So this legend revolves around the Sydney Harbour Bridge being built in the 1960s. So how do I say this? So the bridge was being worked on by workers that were called on from around the world. And during its construction, there were 16 reported deaths by there were like 16 deaths from workers, like construction deaths. But this legend states that 3 deaths were not accounted for in this list because due to the time, because like in the 1960s, labor laws were not really enforced as strictly as they are now. So when you were like for migrant workers, their like existence wasn't really like kept up very well. I don't know. So basically, they died when they fell into one of the brick pylons in the bridge, and since it was like too difficult to like retrieve the bodies, they were basically just like buried in concrete, and yeah, they're basically just like entombed forever. Oh, it was proven true? Hold on. That was proven true? Holy shit, what? I'm sorry, I'm just gonna Google this. Is it true? If it is, I didn't actually find the article for that. I don't know. But if it is true, I guess I could kind of see how that would be true. Because like because a lot of companies have to like cut corners, don't they? And if they're I wouldn't be surprised if they did something like that. But holy shit, I didn't know it was true. What the fuck? Goddamn. Anyway, we're gonna move on to Himuro Mansion now. I'll probably go and like search that up like after stream. But yeah, that's yeah. So anyway, Himuro Mansion. This is another one. What's clarified is that Australia had humans in the Melbourne Zoo until 1968. What? Oh my god. Okay, that's kind of fucked. Up to 20 Aboriginal people were taken from Northern Australia in 1970 to be exhibited. Jesus. Okay. Well, that's fucked up. Okay. Anyway, Himuro Mansion. So, Himuro Mansion is an alleged mansion that seems to be located somewhere in the mountains outside of Tokyo. And it's said to date back to Japan's Edo period, and it was owned by the Himuro family, hence the name, the Himuro Mansion. So the mansion was more than just a mansion. It was more than just a place for rich people to live in. It actually acted as a shrine and also a gate that separated the demon world and our world. And since their home is basically just this trap door that leads to hell, the Himuro family like carried out like different barbaric rituals to keep this gate closed. And one such ritual was carried out every 10 years, where a girl from the family will be chosen and isolated from the rest of the world. Actually, I should probably say a newborn girl, because this girl was meant to be raised in isolation from the rest of the world to prevent her from forming any relationships with anybody. So during the ritual, she would be sacrificed brutally, and yeah, that apparently kept the gate closed. So, however, one year, this chosen girl ended up falling in love with someone on the outside of the mansion, and thus the ritual couldn't be completed. And whatever happens after that, it kind of varies between different stories, but it does end with the whole Himuro family dying brutally. And now it says that paranormal activity runs rampant throughout this abandoned mansion. Though this seems to be more than just a legend, because it's literally from the game Fatal Frame. So for all I know, this is just fiction. But I guess it somehow turned into a real legend somehow. Speaking of bizarre stuff, here in Vancouver, there were randomly mysterious feet in shoes washing up on shore about 12 years. Well, that's morbid. The fuck? Feet washed up. Vancouver. I feel like I've heard of this story before. Oh, jeez. Oh, I did not want to see that. Ah! No, I accidentally clicked on a really graphic photo. Ew. I just saw a person's mangled leg. Yep. Okay, I think I've actually heard of that story before. Anyway, because I don't know if you guys know who Matthew Santoro is, but I remember watching. I watched. He made a video called Mysteries from 2018 or something, and the number of feet being washed up was one of the stories. I don't remember if it's from Vancouver or not, but it was definitely a story about dismembered feet being washed up. So it might have been the same one, I don't know, but it reminds me of that. Anyway, Montauk Project. So this one's more so just a conspiracy theory. It's not I guess in a way a conspiracy theory is kind of like an urban legend because it does revolve around people making up rumors for things. So yeah. So the Montauk Project is basically this government project that is being like run at the Montauk Air Force Station. So there's a lot you can read about this Montauk Project theory thing, but the TLDR is that the government is basically trying to develop like psychological warfare technology, and there's also like research into supernatural technology like time travel. So yeah, that's something. The Montauk Project is also said to have inspired the show Stranger Things, which yeah, I guess that would make sense because Stranger Things is like a lot of paranormal stuff, right? Yeah, but I'm not gonna go too in depth into this one because I'm not really a conspiracy theory guy. I just like listening to brief explanations on things. So yeah, that's all you're gonna get. Sorry. So anyway, let's move on to an actual paranormal thing, the night marches. So this one's from Hawaiian folklore, or should I say mythology? I guess do those two words mean the same thing? I guess so. Anyway, before I talk about this, I kind of want to ask, like, do you guys think superstitions are a form of urban legend? Because to me, it does sound like it. Because I've explained this at the start of the stream, but superstitions do feel like a kind of urban legend, because like it's basically like trying to say like, oh, this will happen if you do this like normal thing, like if you break a mirror. Like, if you break a mirror, you will, like, get 7 years bad luck. Which I never really understood why, or even how people come out with it. 7 years is a really random number. But anyway, on to the night marches. So it's a legend from Hawaiian mythology. And the night marches are basically the ghosts of ancient Hawaiian warriors. And they usually emerge from burial sites or even from the ocean on nights when the Hawaiian gods are being honored. So they have the size of like normal humans, and they carry weapons like spears and clubs, and sometimes they even carry war drums that they like play to signal their arrival. And you will never find like any evidence of their visit because they float above the ground, so you won't find like footprints or footsteps or anything. So if you encounter them and they perceive your behavior towards them as like defiant, they will brutally kill you. And also, since they are ghosts, they can't really be stopped by walls and stuff. They would probably just like go through them. So if you don't want to be killed by these warriors, you need to lie face down on the ground. And yeah, it's basically that you basically need to bow down to them. Yeah. And then they will spare you because they see that as like a sign of respect. Or you could also have an ancient ancestor marcher be present to protect you. So that's another way. If you don't feel like getting on the ground on your knees, then I guess you could always ask your grandpa, who used to be a warrior himself, I guess. So yeah, that is that was tier 6. Let's move on to I gotta scratch my forehead. Let's move on to underrated legends, also known as tier 7. Alright. So okay, so this is a confusing one. So there's an entry here that says no face, but I don't know what this is actually referring to, because when I tried to research on this entry called no face, it just brought up the Charlie No Face legend, which I already covered previously. I don't remember which tier it was, but I already covered it, so I don't know what No Face could be referring to. So I don't actually know. Hold on, let me just read chat real quick. In the year 582, human hearts are washing up the Mediterranean. A human hearts, a volcano shot in the air where not survived the river of Europe. Huh. Have I looked at LHOHQ? I do not plan on looking into it because I've heard that there's some like really like weird stuff there. I feel like there's like potentially graphic content there as well. I don't really want to go on it. I've watched a video by this YouTuber called Your Everyday Theorist, and he was going through the disturbing website Iceberg, and he explained briefly what LHOHQ is, and just hearing that doesn't make me want to go to it. So yeah, no, I have not looked at LHOHQ, and frankly, I don't want to. Anyway, we're gonna skip No Face because I don't know what it's referring to, and we're gonna move on to Kisaragi Station. If I can circle this properly, that is. Okay. So Kisaragi Station is a Japanese urban legend of this train station that doesn't exist, which is kind of fascinating. I don't know. So yeah, Kisaragi Station is allegedly this train station that doesn't exist, or at least it exists on some other plane of reality that we can't access easily. So yeah. So this legend kind of started from this comment thread that was posted to this Japanese forum called 2channel. So it starts with this man by the name of Hasumi who boards a train to get to work. And then he's on the train for a while, and then he realizes that the train is taking longer than usual to reach. Usually his trip to work by train usually takes around like 5 to 8 minutes. But he's been on the train for at least 20 minutes since he boarded. So the train then goes through a tunnel, and then it finally arrives at a station, which is the Kisaragi Station, which he has never heard of because it doesn't technically exist. But here he is. And the station, and it seems that nobody is like in the station. It's like abandoned. It's like deserted. It's like there's like nobody there. So and then Hasumi like gets off the train. And then he tries to find a taxi, but there's no taxis. There's like no taxis either. It's like he entered like a whole different reality where like the entire world is just empty by him. So he tries to call the police, but the police don't even believe him. So he hangs up. So like desperate to like get back to like a familiar place, he decides to try going back the tunnel. He tries to go back down the tunnel where the train came from. And while he's like in the darkness of the tunnel, he hears what sounds like some kind of like large drum like banging, and also some kind of like bell ding. And it sounds as if it's like getting closer to him. And when he turns around, he sees like a one-legged old man like coming coming his way. So he like in a panic he runs down the tunnel, and he finally reaches like the entrance of the tunnel. He finally reaches like the entrance of the tunnel, and like at the entrance of the tunnel he spots someone like standing there, and like desperate for like any kind of help, he like goes up. He goes up to this like mysterious person and like tries to get help. And the story kind of ends there because nobody really knows what happened to him, because like he never really posted on the 2channel forum again. No one really knows what happened to the guy. I guess this is just the fate to whoever decides to get off on Kisaragi Station. I guess Hasumi should have just stayed on the train. So I guess if you do ever get on the subway, I guess the lesson is that if you do ever get on the subway and it takes a strange amount of time it takes like an unusually long amount of time to get to your location, and then all of a sudden you just arrive at a station that you know doesn't exist, then probably don't get off there, because you never know where that's gonna lead you. You probably just stepped into some other reality where no one will ever hear from you again. Anyway, next we have Stull's Gateway to Hell. So it's like the Dovlin, Wisconsin mystery. Yeah, oh yeah, I've actually heard of the Dovlin mystery. It's like this town that supposedly exists somewhere in Wisconsin. I heard about this from a video from this guy called Parallel Pipes, which I've talked about before on my streams. Yeah, I heard about this legend from the Parallel Pipes. It was like this this town that allegedly existed somewhere in Wisconsin, and people like remembered seeing it as they drove by or something. But then like there are other people who said like no, that town doesn't exist. And then what's weird is that merchandise for Dovlin existed. Exists. But then again, in the Parallel Pipes video, he said that these pieces of merchandise are like very recently made, so it's probably not like it's probably like someone who saw the Dovlin urban legend and decided to like cash in on it by making merch for it. So yeah, that's kind of what I think it is. But yeah, honestly, I kind of like these legends of like places that supposedly exist but no one can kind of find it, like mythological places like Atlantis or Agartha or High Brazil, like those mythical places that some people say exist, but then no one has really found proof of their existence yet. I might like let's make a stream on that. I don't know. Anyway, Stull's Gateway to Hell. So Stull's Gateway to Hell is like an alleged gateway to hell in Stull, which is a small town on the Kansas countryside. So it's rumored that in the cemetery of Stull, it's said that there is a gateway to the underworld there, and it's rumored that and it's rumored that the Pope refused to fly his plane over the area because of it. And also there was a lot of reports of paranormal activity around Stull, especially the cemetery, and especially inside the abandoned church in the cemetery. And there's been reports of people like being in the cemetery, and then like long amounts of time would pass without even them noticing. Like they would like it would be like 10:30 for them, and then like they look away for 1 second, and then they look back, and then all of a sudden it's like 2 a.m. like that or something. So the abandoned church is actually no longer standing. I actually read that it's been like demolished, but back when it was still standing, it says that if you like descend the staircase of the church down into the basement, you will notice that the staircase like goes down and down and down and down and down until you eventually find like the gates of hell itself. So yeah, that's something to think about. And on the subject of hell, we have the well to hell. It seems that there's a lot of alleged gateways to hell in this world. So I feel like the well to hell is probably one you've heard of, or at least one that urban legend enthusiasts probably know about, the well to hell. So it's basically about this story that where scientists from Siberia were like drilling into the earth, and they drilled a hole that was so deep that they apparently accidentally drilled into hell. And then using like a heat-resistant microphone, they dropped it into the hole, and apparently recorded like the screams of like the tortured souls that are in hell. You've probably heard the Sounds from Hell audio clip. I don't know if you guys I don't know if you guys remember the Mr. Incredible becoming uncanny meme, but for one of the stages, the Sounds from Hell audio clip is used. And it's basically like just like a recording of like people screaming in pain. And if you know this urban legend, you probably know that it's been debunked because there's no report of there's no reports of like scientists actually drilling into hell, and the audio clip of the painful screams was taken from the 1972 horror film Baron Blood. So yeah. I feel like most of the people who believe this urban legend is probably religious people, because like yeah, you can see that happening. So anyway, so yeah, next one is Fatal Fair. So Fatal Fair, the Fatal Fair urban legend, which is from Japan, of course it's from Japan. The Fatal Fair urban legend is kind of like Japan's version of the Vanishing Hitchhiker, because it also involves like a taxi driver. It involves like the taxi driver like picking up like but I guess it's because it's more like, I guess in this case it's not a hitchhiker, it's a person that wants to take the taxi. So yeah, it's basically like, it's mostly about a taxi driver that picks up like a woman from a cemetery, and she's like drenched in rain because it's like raining. And then she gets into the cab, and then like the driver drives her to the location he's given. And then when he reaches, he looks in the back, and then he sees the woman is gone. And then the only thing that's left is like a puddle of water where the seat is. And then there's another version, which is basically another version of the hitchhiker one. It basically says like, he goes to like a house, and then he finds the person he picked up has disappeared. And the owner of the house like comes out, and then the owner of the house pays the cab fee and explains that the person he picked up had died like years prior. So yeah, it's definitely Japan's own local vanishing hitchhiker story. There's also another variation where like the ghost causes the taxi driver to drive off a cliff, which would make more sense given the title, because it's called Fatal Fair, right? But no, the most common one is probably the person just disappears and then the driver just gets kind of scared. So yeah, that's what the Fatal Fair thing is. Alright. Next one, we have 10 Dreams. 10 Dreams. Oh. Man, I was cutting my nail and it flew into my eye, ow. Anyway, so 10 Dreams. So 10 Dreams is, I believe, another Japanese urban legend. Yeah, there's a lot of Japanese urban legends here. They're pretty good at making urban legends. So this... Personally, I would not let that slide. What? Oh wow, I didn't even realize. Oh, that's a new viewer. Yo, welcome to the stream, man. I didn't even realize that was a different person, because on my OBS screen, both your names are both the same color. So I thought it was the same person at first until I noticed that one was longer than the other. Anyway, welcome to me explaining the Urban Legend Iceberg. So it's more like a chatting stream kind of thing. So 10 Dreams. So 10 Dreams, or the 10-Day Dream, is another Japanese urban legend, and it's a one of those what in the what made bodies in the Sinahara Ridge. Yeah, yeah. Apparently that's a legend. I've covered it like late. I've covered it like earlier in the stream. You can like watch it when the VOD is out. Anyway, where was I? So the 10-day dream is this urban legend that says that allegedly, like, if you hear about this story, you will like experience it for yourself in 3 days. So you will like experience 10 different dreams every consecutive night for 10 consecutive days, and each dream has a rule that must be followed. Otherwise, you will be caught in an endless loop of the same dreams over and over again. And that doesn't sound like a pleasant time. So, so it would take a while to actually explain the rules of each and every dream. And I definitely don't want to spend too long on like every entry, so I think it's best if you actually search up the 10 Dreams Urban Legend for yourself, so you can actually like see the rules in detail. Because there's a lot of like context and stuff to explain, and that would like take a while. But anyway, why don't we move along to another dream-related one, the Dream School. So this is another one from Japan. So it tells of this boy by the name of K, who dreamt of being in this large, like, maze-like school. And things were, like, really weird in this school. Like, it doesn't seem to follow the laws of space and time. Like for example, he would, like, go into, like, one direction and end up in the same place somehow. So Kay starts wandering around this school, and then as he's wandering around this school, he suddenly hears like this stomping noise from behind. So he runs, he starts like frantically running around the school trying to find a way out, and then he finds an emergency exit, but the thing is locked and the key is missing from the glass box. And there's a note that says that the key can be found in room 108. So after like running around for a while, he finds the room 108 and he like locks himself inside. And then he starts like rummaging through all the drawers and the bags inside the room, but he can't find the key. It's like, where's the key? Where's the key? Where is it? And then as he's like looking for the key, like he can hear like banging from the outside, like something is banging on the door trying to get in. And then after a while, something just banging just kind of stops. And it just all goes silent. So Kay decides to take a peek outside, and he is greeted with the sight he was greeted by the sight of boys and girls dancing in the hallway. But what's freaky about this? The limbs of the boys and girls dancing in the hallway, they're all like severed. But somehow they're like still dancing in the hallway, and the hallway is now covered in blood. And it said that it said that Kay never woke up after that. Because in this legend it says that you have to find a key and escape before you witness the sight of these boys and girls dancing in the hallway. And the moment you see this sight, you can never exit the dream. It said that this legend says that this legend says that you must forget about this story within a week, or you yourself will experience the dream for yourself. And if you are unlucky, as most people are, you are not gonna wake up ever again. Now I know this sounds terrifying, but think about it this way: if Kay never woke up, how the hell did anyone know he even had the dream in the first place? So yeah, if this story kind of scared you, and if this story made you worried that you might experience this dream, just know that it's definitely not real. Like, how did anyone even know about this dream if he never even woke up? So yeah, I guess that would just lift your spirits a bit. Next on the list, we have another one from Japan, of course. I love these Japan urban legends, they're so good. Satoru-kun. So Satoru-kun is like is like, okay, and okay, I didn't really say this correctly. Lots of these are in Japan. Yeah, a lot of these are from Japan. Japan really likes Japan really likes a lot of like urban legends, right? So yeah, Satoru-kun is this game that people can play to get the answer to any question they have. So it said that Satoru-kun is this spirit that takes the form of a young boy, and he is like very knowledgeable, and he can answer like almost anything you have. So to play this game, you need a mobile phone, some coins, and a coin-operated payphone, which I honestly don't even know if payphones still exist nowadays. I feel like payphones are kind of a thing of the past now, but I don't know, maybe Japan still has those. But anyway, to play this game, you need to insert some coins into the payphone, and then you need to dial your own number, and then you need to chant, Satoru-kun, Satoru-kun, please come here. Satoru, Satoru, please show yourself. Satoru, Satoru, please answer me if you're there. Of course, you gotta say this in Japanese, I assume, because it's a Japanese urban legend. I don't know how you say it in Japanese. So yeah. The Mystical Land of the Rising Sun. Is that another one? That sounds interesting. I might research that after the stream. But anyway. So after you chant this into the phone, you need to hang up and then turn off your mobile phone. And then you will receive a call from the Satoru-kun within 24 hours. So for the first call, he will tell you where he is currently. And then he will make multiple calls, with every call making him get closer and closer to you. And then the very last call will end with him... the very last call will end with Satoru-kun being like right behind you. So once he's right behind you, he will call you and say, I'm right behind you. And when he's behind you, do not look at him and do not touch him. And don't call him if you don't have any questions, and don't delay asking your questions. If you break any of these rules, you will die, and Satoru will drag you to hell. So make sure you know what you want to ask him before playing. So I just wanna know what would you ask Satoru-kun if let's say this thing is real and you decide to play this game. What would you ask Satoru-kun? Because, honestly, I wouldn't even know. I wouldn't play this game, because honestly, I don't really have any questions, per se. I guess you could, like, you could probably do something like, oh, what are the answers to my homework? Will Prime come to Australia? Wait, who's Prime? Unless you mean Prime as in... Probably asking me about whatever upcoming films, video games, or music. Oh, Prime like the... Oh, Prime as in the drink. Okay. Oh yeah, the Logan Paul and KSI drink. Okay. Okay. So that is Satoru-kun. Next, we have the Rat King. The Rat King. Alright, real talk, I asked the answers to my physics test. Exactly, exactly, that's what I was saying. You probably ask like, hey, what are the answers? You'd probably say like, hey, what are the answers to... What are all the answers to my math... to all my math questions? I mean, I would do that too, because I don't like dealing with that. Anyway, Rat King. So the Rat King is this legend from Europe, and this legend came up when the Black Death was like plaguing Europe, and this legend kind of came up because rats are one of the many like animals that help to spread the disease. So this legend came about that said that there are like nests of rats with their tails like intertwined together that creates a collection of rats which move together as like one entity, and then people dubbed this nest of rats the Rat King. And it said that seeing one of these was like a bad omen, and it usually affected the country of Germany. I'm curious about the chant though. I'm actually doing Japanese. I want to see if I can have a go. I don't know. Can I search it up? Satoru-kun chant in Japanese. I don't know if I don't know if I can find like a romanized version of it. Let's see. Okay, I can't find... I don't think I can find the... I don't think I can find... I don't think I can find the Japanese version of the... I can't find the Japanese version of the Satoru-kun chant. And even if I found it, if it's written in like straight Japanese, I won't be able to read it. I can read Romaji, but not straight Japanese. Anyway, so the Rat King phenomenon... So the Rat King phenomenon is actually a real thing, because rats actually do like have their get their tails intertwined every now and then, because rats don't really practice being organized. So I can definitely see how rats can get their tails tangled together, but it's definitely not because of rats having this like ulterior motive. But yeah, but the Rat King is a real thing, just not really in the way that the European legend kind of puts it. Okay, the next urban legend we got is the... Oh shit, I didn't mean to say all that. The next urban legend we have is the cursed Kleenex commercial. So the cursed Kleenex commercial is about this real Japanese Kleenex commercial that is said to be cursed. So the commercial is a pretty weird one. So the commercial shows this woman sitting next to this red demon baby looking thing with green hair. And then the woman is like singing the woman is like singing a variation of this English pop song called It's a Fine Day. And then the woman like takes a sheet of Kleenex tissue, and then she wipes the baby's face, and then she kisses it, and then she lets the tissue like float away, and then it morphs into the Kleenex logo. But yeah, as I was saying, Rat King sounds like some hilariously cheesy cartoon comic book villain whose power is to just rat on people. yeah, I guess I can kind of see that. Though I didn't really think of it as like a villain who rats on people. I thought of it as like a human rat. I thought of it as like an anthropomorphic rat like character that's like a villain or something. He's like the king or something like that. That was what I was thinking. So anyway, about the cursed Kleenex commercial. So yeah, this Kleenex commercial was said to be cursed because a lot of people reported, because a lot of people found the commercial like creepy by itself, but then a lot of people reported that at midnight the commercial will like warp and distort in like a very scary way, and then it would like crash the YouTube app. And then there was also a rumor that went around that said that the people that were involved in creating the commercial died in horrific ways afterwards, which was debunked. Like, the actors and the cameraman are all still alive today. And then, but the original commercial was removed from YouTube because I guess people just hated it that much. But re-uploads of the commercial still exist. And there is also a video that supposedly shows the commercial changing at midnight. But considering how everything else has been disproven, it's probably not real, let's be real. Or it's just that someone's YouTube app just happened to glitch at the right time. So yeah, I don't know. It's probably fake, but I guess a lot of people just found the commercial creepy and just formed an urban legend over it. So yeah, that's kind of what the cursed Kleenex commercial is. Next we have the Mad Gasser of Mattoon. Look of the ad itself does look pretty unnerving. I personally didn't really. I personally saw the thing myself. I didn't really think it was that creepy. I mean, I've seen worse, but I guess I can understand why other people find it creepy. Because like, it seems that calm, like sounding music like that, seems to have an unnerving aspect to it. The next one is the Mad Gasser of Mattoon. So this refers to an incident from the town of Mattoon in Illinois, where residents suffered like symptoms of gas poisoning, such as nausea, vomiting, and like throwing up blood. And a lot of these victims reported smelling some strange odor coming through their window at night. And then they've also seen like this shadowy figure. They've also seen this like shadowy figure like darting around. And then this incident kind of led to the formation of this legend of this gasser who like would gas people at random. And some people say that the legend is just kind of like mass hysteria. But then there was like this science teacher from like this college that wrote a book about the whole incident, and I think he blamed it on a man called Farley Llewellyn. I don't know how you say his name, but basically he was like allegedly a scientist who like experimented with different chemicals, and due to his mental instability and his pent-up rage from being like isolated from society, it basically like drove him to like commit chemical attacks on the residents of Mattoon. So yeah, that's what the Mad Gasser of Mattoon. Also, is it just me, or does the Mad Gasser of Mattoon sound like some kind of animated film? Like Gasser sounds like a last name of something. And Mattoon and Mattoon almost sounds like a town in like a cartoon. It almost sounds like a Disney film. The Mad Gasser of Mattoon. I don't know why, it sounds like a Disney film for whatever reason. Okay, let's move the image up again so we can get more. We are actually close to finishing. I wonder if I can actually finish this. Okay. Let me clear my thing. Okay, where am I? Alright, next we have tier 8. Let me introduce the tier first. So next we have tier 8, which is Tales from Other Lands. So now we have the Blue Star Tattoo Legend. So the Blue Star Tattoo Legend is like a rumor that's been going around that says that sketchy people were like giving out lick and stick tattoos in the shape of a blue star to children, and it said that these lick and stick tattoos were soaked with LSD, which is like a hallucinogenic substance, which is a drug, which is made from like a fungus called ergot. So so due to this legend, like schools began like printing out these flyers that were warning people that were warning parents of children that said things like keep a lookout for like any kind of these these lick and stick tattoos, which like might have drugs laced on them. You don't know. Though this legend doesn't really have any like reports of it actually happening, it just kind of came up because it came up from like the fact that LSD solutions are sometimes sold on blotter paper, which I don't know what that is, and I'm not really bothered to like search it up. And this blotter paper was sometimes detailed with children's characters, but no evidence of people giving out lick and stick tattoos to children with LSD on them have ever like come up, so I guess that's good. So next we have the water babies. So water babies are another form of vengeful spirits. There's a lot of vengeful spirits. So water babies are these spirits that inhabit these bodies of water, and they take the form of a human infant. So yeah, they basically just look like normal babies. So they basically like let out like human baby like cries to like lure humans into the water, and then once they are in the water, the spirit will drown them. So it's another one of those like spirits that they like lure people to their doom. So yeah. So one like possible origin is like there's this tribe that drowned babies who were either like sick or deformed, and then these drowned babies became like vengeful spirits who would like take revenge on like humans, and like especially the people who drowned them basically. So yeah, please don't. So it's just, and it's another case of like it's another case of like don't like treat people badly unless you want them to turn into a vengeful spirit who will just like kill everybody. So yeah, just like don't. So yeah, just like don't don't like be an ass, I guess. Next entry on this list, we got the Boo Hags, which sounds like I don't even know. It's a creature from the Gullah folklore. Folklore? What the heck's a folklore? I meant folklore. So Boo Hags are kind of like vampires, but instead of sucking blood, they suck breath. So they're like human-like entities with no skin, so they're like red. So I guess imagine like the human muscular system, but it can walk around. I guess that's kind of what a Boo Hag is. So Boo Hags will wear the skin of their previous victim to like kind of blend in with normal people. So at night they will like come into people's homes, and then they will like sit on top of a sleeping person, and they will suck out their breath. And during this process, it will induce like a dream-filled sleep in the victim that will like prevent them from like waking up from like the shortness of breath. And then well not wake up with the shortness of breath, that was for the morning. But the process of sucking breath away from using with the Boo Hags is that it induces this dream-like state where like the victim won't wake up, and then the victim will wake up the next morning with like shortness of breath and low energy. And and even if the person wakes up, it's not like it's gonna be better for them. I mean, if the person wakes up as a Boo Hag is sucking away their breath, they are bound for a much grimmer fate, because they will be skinned alive. I mean, where do you think the Boo Hag gets their skins from? Now, it said that Boo Hags need to like hide during the day, because if they come in contact with daylight, they will forever remain as a red monster, and this will basically I don't think it kills them. I don't know if it kills them, but I think it just like makes them unable to put on skin, so like it makes their job a bit harder, I guess. So there is a way to prevent a Boo Hag from like taking away your breath. If it says that if you put a broom like next to your bed, the Boo Hag will like have a compulsion to start counting the strands of hair in the broom, and then it could like buy you enough time to where like the Boo Hag will have to escape before it even has a chance to get like a piece of your breath. So yeah, that's basically how it goes. On to the next one. Lighthouse and the naval vessel. I drink some water. Okay, so the lighthouse and the naval vessel is a more light-hearted one. Everything else on this iceberg has been like horror stories. This one is more like funny. It's like something out of a cartoon. So this legend tells of like a naval vessel which is out at sea, and through the fog he spots what looks like another ship heading in the same direction towards it. And it looks as though these two ships are going to collide with one another. So the captain of the first ship sends a signal to the other ship that tells them to change a course. But then the other ship tells him to do it instead. And then it just kind of turns into a back and forth argument between the two. And then finally the other ship, the second ship, then reveals itself to the first ship's captain that it is in fact a lighthouse. So basically the whole time he was telling a lighthouse to move out of the way. Unfortunately, this has never happened, which is a shame, because I would have loved to hear a story about a captain who thought he was seeing a ship, and then it was actually a lighthouse. Pretty fucking funny. It's literally like something out of a cartoon. Could you mistake a lighthouse for a ship? I guess if it was foggy, you would probably just see the light of the lighthouse and nothing else. So I guess I can kinda see that happening. Anyway, how are you guys doing so far? I just found out that when I like talk a lot, my hands and arms get this like weird, like I don't know, this weird feeling in them. It's like an almost half numb kind of feel. I don't know. Because it's like, yeah. I mean, I guess it's because I talk a lot and then it's like, I'm losing breath. Anyway, let's move on to Epping Forest Pond. So, Epping Forest Pond is an alleged pond that exists somewhere in the Epping Forest, which is a forest at the border between London and Essex. So, Epping Forest was like a common place for murderers to dispose of their victims once they were done. Which is probably one of the ways this legend came about. But I think the main origin of this legend comes from this 300-year-old story. It tells of this young couple that were like strolling through the forest, and then they spotted someone that was following them. And it turns out the stalker is the girl's father, who disapproved of their love. And upon seeing them, he was like so angry, he killed his own daughter by drowning her in a nearby pond. And the man who saw this like got so distraught that he proceeded to inflict his own demise by drowning in the same pond that the girl drowned in. And it said that after this tragedy, the pool like turned into this like ominous black color that no light could like pierce through, and like all the fauna around the pool began to like die. And then it wasn't long before like stories of like bodies appear. Well, I wouldn't say stories, because like there was like things that happened, because soon like bodies started appearing in the pool. Like a lot of people like died like in the pool or around the pool, and most of them were either like victims of suicide or murder. And the legend states that some even say that the pond itself is beckoning people to come and end their lives there, which is terrifying. And honestly, stories like this only serve to enhance my thalassophobia, which I've had for a while. I used to not have thalassophobia, but I guess after watching like a bunch of internet videos, I guess thalassophobia is kind of a thing I have now. So yeah, I don't think I could ever go scuba diving. I don't think I could ever go scuba diving again. I've mentioned this on Twitter, but yeah, I could never go scuba diving again. But anyway, enough of that. Let's move on to Nalba or Naleba. I don't know how you say this. It's an Indian urban legend. It mainly came from the state of Karnataka, however you pronounce that. So Nalba translates to come tomorrow, and it's written on the walls of houses in small towns and villages. And it's said that this phrase can deter malevolent spirits from coming into your house. But that's because Nalba is the name of a spirit that wandered. Is the name of a spirit of like a wandering bride who is like in search of her groom. And the legend is that if this Nalba enters your house, it will take away the male breadwinner of the family. And then the house will also be plagued by bad luck. So it went viral in the 1990s, and it was accompanied with this phrase which goes like this: "A witch roams the streets in the night and knocks the door. The witch apparently speaks the voices of your kin, so you will be deceived to open the door. If you open it, you will die." So I assume this spirit also mimics the voices of people's loved ones to kind of like trick them into like letting the spirit in. So yeah, it's another one of those like luring. It's another one of those like luring people to their doom kind of stories. So yeah. Alright, next one, we have the White Death. So this is just the Black Death's rival, I guess. No, it's not. It's not a disease. It's a spirit. Of course, it's a spirit. So the White Death is a vengeful spirit. It's like a vengeful spirit of this little girl that that will like kill anyone. And apparently, if you learn of this ghost's existence, you will be hunted down. Which, can I just say, I'm not really a fan. I'm not really a fan of urban legends that say things like, "Oh, if you learn about this story, you are doomed," or if you don't forget this story in like 2 weeks, you are going to suffer the same fate. Like, because of like so easily like disproven, all you need to do is have someone survive the circumstances, and boom, the legend has no basis anymore. But I guess this only works if it's like a based on a true story kind of thing. It would work better. It would work better if like the audience wasn't like directly involved, because like, let's say like there's like 100 people watching this stream right now. I've basically like doomed like 100 people, and how is the White Death gonna go after 100 people at the same time? Unless it's like they go after like each consecutive person. I don't know. I feel like if such a legend was true, and that the ghost really does kill anyone who learns of her existence, then I feel like humanity would literally go extinct. Like information like spreads so fast these days. Like I feel like a legend like that would literally like end all of humanity. So anyway, let's move on to Pinky Pinky, which is a very friendly name for a monster / spirit that kills people. So Pinky Pinky is a South African urban legend that is about a spirit or monster that resides in the girls' bathroom at schools. Great, here we go. So the monster basically goes after those who wear pink, and when the monster catches their victim, they will like do like very unspeakable acts towards them. Yes, murder is concluded. The monster is described as this like pink, this pink midget-looking thing with a paw on one arm and a claw on the other, and people have like compared it to another South African mythological monster called the Tokolosh, which how do I even like describe this? I'll have to Google a picture of this, but the Tokolosh looks like this gremlin-looking thing. I guess you're just gonna have to Google it yourself because it's it's hard to kind of describe, I guess. So yeah, that's basically what Pinky Pinky is. I'm not really sure why it goes after pink specifically. Maybe wearing pink is like taboo in South Africa, I don't know. So maybe that's why a legend needed to come up to stop children and other people from wearing pink? I don't know. So the monster usually only attacks girls, but boys being attacked by the monster is not like unheard of. The only difference is that males cannot see the monster. So yeah, that is Pinky Pinky. Now let's go on to the Black Volga. So the Black Volga is a European urban legend about a black car that would drive around the streets and they would just abduct people randomly. So the legend kind of spread during the post-Iron Curtain communist reign in Eastern Europe. So I guess it's kind of like when people were like being abducted, I guess. So the driver of this mysterious black car, it usually kind of varies. Most stories usually say that it's a gang of criminals that drive this car and they abduct people. Though there are other stories that the drivers are actually evil spirits or even like Satan himself. And then for the stories that say that the driver is Satan, they basically say that if the car pulls up, it says that the car will pull up to you, and then they will ask you what the time is. If you answer, if you answer the question with a time, you will basically die at the same time you stated the very next day. So yeah, that's what the Black Volga is. Though you can escape by saying it's God's time, and the Black Volga will just dissipate, like it will just vanish. So yeah, that's the Black Volga. I'm not sure which one came first. I'm not sure if it's a paranormal urban legend or if it's like a more set in the real world urban legend. Because kidnappings with vehicles definitely are a thing. So I guess it could be real. But I don't know. The fact that it says a legend, which it probably is the legend. Anyway, here's the next one. This one I'm actually like really fascinated by, and that is the Vanishing Hotel Room. So the Vanishing Hotel Room urban legend tells a story about a woman who is traveling with her daughter to Paris, and then they decide to stop by a hotel because the woman became ill and she needed to rest. So they stop by a hotel, and then her daughter decides to go to a pharmacy to go get some medicine. But then when the daughter returns to the hotel, she asks the hotel staff about how her mother is doing, but then the hotel staff has like no idea who she is talking about, and insists that the daughter came alone. And then the daughter insists that she sees the hotel room that her mother her mother was like taking a rest in. But then all she finds is like an abandoned hotel room with like no wallpaper, no curtains. The bed is just a mattress and nothing. So the question is, what happened? So this urban legend is like one of those like reality warp legends where like someone seems to have like dropped into an alternate reality without knowing. And like sometimes sometimes the story ends with the daughter being sent to a mental institution because Because like, if you like heard someone say like, my mother suddenly disappeared without a trace, you would probably think they're crazy, right? So that's probably why she was sent to like a mental hospital. And then there's another, there's another like version of the story where it says that the hotel found out that the mother was ill with the Black Plague, and to not cause panic to the rest of the residents in the hotel, they decided to like dispose of the mother's body discreetly, and then just clean up the hotel room, and then just pretended like nothing happened. So yeah, that is the vanishing hotel room urban legend. I don't know what is scarier. The bubonic plague. Oh wait. The black. Wait, black. Oh yeah. Bubonic plague, Black Death. That's. Yeah. It was definitely like it had to have been like during the Black Plague period. But yeah, I don't know what is. I don't remember when was this legend. The vanishing hotel room. When did this come up? I mean, the fact that it mentions the bubonic plague probably means that it takes place during that period. Anyway, I don't even know what is scarier. Your mother just like mysteriously disappearing, or I don't know which version is. I don't know if which one is scarier. Like the hotel room like secretly disposing of your own mother and then pretending like they never knew, or like reality warping to a different reality where you didn't have a mother and people don't even know what you're talking about. I don't even know which one is scarier. Let me see. When was the bubonic plague? Yeah, it was during the 1300s to the 1900s, and then in the 1500s. So yeah, this story could have been in the 1900s. So, your mom? Bro, what? Anyway, welcome to my Urban Legend Iceberg Explained stream. Hope you're keen on listening to me talk about urban legends, because that's what we're doing today. Man, I just realized we still have like a lot to go through. We still have 2 more tiers to go through. The Vanishing Hotel Room is the last one on this tier. So next we're finally moving on to tier 9. Tier 9, also known as, I actually had to read about these. So these are more we're getting to the more like lesser known ones. So the first one we have is the AIDS needles in the gas pump. So this legend says that allegedly like malicious people were like putting like HIV loaded needles onto the handles of gas pumps in order to like infect unsuspecting people with HIV. And HIV being an uncurable disease, they're basically just like indirectly killing people. So yeah, there was one report. There was allegedly one report from the Florida Police Department that put out a statement that warned people of these attacks, and also said that there were like at least 17 cases of people getting pricked. But that was debunked because the officer that allegedly put out the statement doesn't even exist in the FPD, and no news stories have come out. But there are cases of pranksters like leaving needles in like unsuspecting places, just not needles laced with HIV. It's a similar like urban legend to the one earlier. It's actually like almost the same, because I also mentioned like needles and stuff there. Also, I hate needles. Anyway. Yeah, so that's... yeah. Let's just hope no one gets the actual idea to actually put AIDS needles on the gas pumps. So anyway... Oh, Link. Oh, Linked. Thanks for the follow. Hope you enjoy your time. Alright, next on the list we have the 999 phone charging. So this... Oh, thanks... Oh, Golden, thanks for the follow as well. Thanks to both of you. I'm glad you enjoy my content. Anyway, so 999 phone charging is this urban legend that states that if your phone is low on battery and you need to charge it, you can apparently charge your phone by dialing 911. I mean, dialing 999. And 999 is the number to contact emergency services. So the legend starts with BlackBerry phones. I don't know if you guys remember BlackBerry phones. I do remember my mom actually owning a BlackBerry phone way back in the day. So BlackBerry phones have this feature where it will lock itself, it will lock itself when the battery is low, and the only thing you can do with it is call emergency services. So apparently, people discovered that when you dial 999 and then you immediately hang up, it will like delay the lockdown process for like several minutes, so that you could like make a call. And like this like urban legend life hack, it had to be disproved by the Derbyshire Constabulary, and they had to release a statement to tell people to stop doing this because like it just wastes the police's time and resources. So yeah, it's just like not true. It's basically like there's a truth to this, but then it also results in wasted effort of the police force. So it's definitely not something you want to do. Like unless you're of course in a emergency situation, then yeah, of course you wanna, yeah. So next is the Phantom Social Worker. And before I actually searched this, when I saw this entry, at first I thought it was gonna be another like ghost story because it has the word phantom in it. But the Phantom Social Worker is actually about people who pretend to be social workers in order to abuse or even abduct children. Like, there were multiple stories of like parents being approached by random men and women in professional attire, and they claim to be like social workers of like some agency and looking to like conduct like a check on the household. There was a story that is like there was like one story from like 1990 that is like said to be like patient zero of this legend, and it tells of this woman by the name of Elizabeth Coupland that reported two women who claimed to be from an agency called the National Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children. So she let them in out of worry, and then they allegedly went in and examined her children. And then like several days later, one of the women returned with a man and said that they were going to remove the children from the home and place them under foster care. So Elizabeth panicked and then threatened to call the police, in which the two suspects just ran away. It seems like something that could happen, but there was no like evidence that backed up this story, so I guess take it with a grain of salt. Though I feel like if two random people like knocked on your door and said that they were part of some kind of like agency, I think the first thing you should do is ask for their their ID, or like at least some kind of proof that they really are from some kind of agency, like maybe some kind of badge or like a tag or something, or even like some kind of license that they are actually permitted by law to do this kind of thing. But yeah, if they show none of those things, then just slam the door in their fucking face. Anyway, next urban legend. Abu Rego Masluka. I don't know how you pronounce this. It sounds like it's Arabic. I actually put this into... this saying into Google Translate under the detect language. And it said that it was Ukrainian or something. But anyway, Abu Rego Masluka is just like another boogeyman tale from the country of Egypt. It's basically just another boogeyman. It's also used to scare children into behaving like into good behavior. And it's described as this like one-legged monster whose other leg was like burned off or skinned. And it said that the monster would like cut off one of your legs out of anger if you misbehave. And that's basically all I could find for this urban legend. So yeah, it's definitely one that's like really like underground. So yeah. So next on the list we have London's Parakeets Were Bred by Jimi Hendrix. So Jimi Hendrix is basically like it's just a guitarist. How do I actually explain this? I didn't actually explain who Jimi Hendrix was in my script, so I guess I'll just Google this. So Jimi Hendrix is an American guitarist, singer, and songwriter. So this legend was like created to kind of explain why parakeets now reside in London, because before that, London's climate would have prevented parakeets from like existing in them. And then there was a rumor that came about that in the 1960s, Jimi Hendrix performed a stunt in which he released a pair of parakeets into the wild on Carnaby Street in central London. And then the parakeets bred, and then, well, you know what happens next. Though there was no evidence backing up this legend. And scientists have a different explanation that said that parakeets were introduced to London due to people like releasing captive ones into the wild, and not due to a publicity stunt by Jimi Hendrix. So yeah, I'm just wondering why Jimi Hendrix specifically. I guess it's because of the bird type, maybe. Anyway, next one, KFC is not actually chicken. So this sounds like a conspiracy theory already. So it's a rumor from like 2014 that Kentucky Fried Chicken changed their name to KFC, as the chicken that they were serving was like made from genetically modified chicken. But there's no proof of this, and plus there's like a bunch of different reasons why KFC was coined instead of Kentucky Fried Chicken. Like, for example, one of the reasons is to eliminate the word fried so that it won't like dissuade a health-conscious market. Though then again, if you go to KFC thinking it's like healthy, I think that's kind of on you. But I guess a company's gotta do what a company's gotta do to get sales. So the next one is called Baby Train. Let me just make sure. Okay. Let me just make sure I'm like doing this correctly. So the Baby Train legend, it's about like a railroad track that is built next to a nearby town, and every early morning a train will pass by around like 4 a.m. and it will blow its whistle like very loudly. And it's so loud that it wakes up like all the sleeping couples in the town. And since it was like too late to go back to sleep and too early to get up, couples would like copulate, and then there will be like a high rate a high rate in like baby births. It's like based off like the claim. It was like based off the claim that adults just tend to copulate as a form of entertainment when they're bored. And it's also, and this theory was also used to explain like the baby boom in New York some time ago. So yeah, but there's no reports of a train causing couples to want to frick. So yeah, there's not really any evidence of this happening. I find it I don't know, it's a bit silly, I guess. Like, I guess I wonder how long ago this thing kind of dates back to, because if I couldn't like fall asleep, I would have just like pulled out my phone and just like played, like, you watch YouTube or something. But maybe this is from like the 1900s where like phones weren't really like a common thing. So yeah. I guess. Also, you know what? What makes me wonder is like, for some reason, it's like, did no one even bother to like use protection? Because how can there be that many couples who like decide, oh, I just want a baby? Like, that can't be that common, right? I don't know. But anyway, we are finally on the last tier of the iceberg. Legends tier 10. Legends left in desert sands. Legends left in desert sands. And that should say something. It's been like abandoned. These are supposed to be the least known ones. And let's start off with the Rat Man. And no, this has nothing to do with Rat Man from GTA. This has nothing to do with the Rat Man Easter egg from GTA. And it's not a Rat King thing again. So the Rat Man urban legend is about this spirit of a half rat, half man creature, who lurks in the underpass, which lurks in the underpass of Southend in Essex, and he makes like rat-like squealing noises, and he like scrapes his claws against the wall. That's how you know he's around. The Rat Man is around. So the origin of this Rat Man starts with this homeless man who sleeps under this underpass, and one night a group of teenagers decided to just beat him up, and like they almost beat him to death. Like, they beat him like close to death, and the man like slowly died from blood loss from his injuries. And after he died, like vermin started feasting on his flesh. And also I guess the weather conditions also contributed to his body rotting. So because of the vermin eating him, his face and like other body parts like his fingers and his toes, those were gone. They became food for the vermin. And now it's said that the spirit of this homeless man haunts the underpass of Southend. So again, I don't know if this is like a vengeful spirit kind of thing. I didn't see any stories that said that. I didn't really see any stories where it said the Rat Man like attacked people. Though I wouldn't be surprised if he did attack people, because this again sounds like another like vengeful spirit legend. So anyway, next we have the gay roommate. So this legend was actually made to kind of perpetuate homophobia. And the legend basically just paints gay people as like these sex-crazed beings, kind of. So the gay roommate legend tells of two male university students that share a dorm together. And then one day, one of them goes to the doctor complaining about some abdominal pain. So the doctor conducts an examination on him, and he finds like a high amount of ether in his bloodstream. Ether is a drug that can be used to like knock someone out. And then he finds out, and then this is the horrific part. He finds out that his roommate, who is gay, has been drugging and sodomizing him regularly every night. If you don't know what sodomizing is, well, well, just imagine two gay men wanna do the deed, and then they kinda, one of them puts their stick in. I don't want to explain it. Just you can go Google it yourself. But it's basically just, but basically it's a legend about a guy who is being R-worded, unknowingly by his gay roommate. So yeah, this is kind of a dark one, and thank God that nothing of this has ever been reported. I guess the only bad thing about at least nothing like this has been reported, but it could happen and just like no one has reported on it yet. I don't know. But yeah, that's basically what this urban legend is. Next we have Red Cap. So Red Caps are these goblin creatures from Anglo-Scottish folklore. So they're creatures that inhabit the ruined castles that sit along the Anglo-Scottish border, and they are like murderous goblins that carry around large iron pikes, and that's their murder weapon. And I think you have guessed by now, but they're called Red Caps because they wear a red cap. And you know why their caps are red? You know why? Because they dye their caps with the blood of their victims. And red caps need to kill constantly to continuously have a source of blood to dye their caps with, because their red cap is like the source of their livelihood. Well, I should say more like the red cap is kind of like their sustenance. So if they don't have blood in their caps, they will die. So and you don't want to come across one of these because they are like surprisingly fast for their size. And apparently it's like impossible to like outrun a red cap. So I guess don't go traveling anywhere near the abandoned castles, and I guess you should be good. Unless they also make their way out of there. I don't know. I guess just don't explore like random like abandoned places. I mean, most abandoned places have ghosts. In Scotland, abandoned places have killer goblins that want your blood. Anyway, the next entry we have is the London Monster, which is like such a cliche name. Like, you couldn't have given like a better name for this guy. Like, how did you manage to come up with Spring-Heeled Jack and then you have the London Monster? I guess they're just kind of running out of names. I mean, I guess I couldn't come up with a name if I tried to. But anyway, the London Monster is basically this individual from like 1788 who would approach like lone wealthy women in the street and attack them by using like slashing them with like a knife. And the attacks were like so common that women would like wear like all kinds of like armor to protect themselves from the London Monster. There was a man by the name of Rhinewick Williams who was arrested under the accusation of being the London Monster, even though there wasn't really a lot of evidence that supported that he was in fact the London Monster. Like even the victims of previous attacks, they didn't even like recognize the guy in court. They didn't even recognize the guy as being their attacker. But even after that, he was still sentenced to like 6 years in the Newgate prison, which to be fair, it's a pretty light-hearted punishment for the time, because during those times, most criminals were sent to the gallows to be hanged. So a 6-year prison sentence would at least allow you to get away with your life. There's a theory that Williams was just used as like a sacrificial lamb to like calm people's nerves. And then there's other people who say that the whole incident with the London Monster is just mass hysteria. Which the concept of mass hysteria still kind of confuses me slightly, because if the whole incident is just people panicking over nothing, then how does it explain the reports of attacks and stuff that actually happen? Is it possible to panic so much that you can injure yourself? I guess in a way, yeah, but still it sounds kind of weird. But anyway, we have 3 more legends left, so let's go ahead and finish them. So we have Captain Roger Vanderburn skeleton in a tree. This guy's name is a mouthful. So Captain Roger Vandenberg is like, I didn't actually note this down. Who is he again? Captain Vanderburg. I don't even know. Captain Roger Vanderburg. So it seems that the only time this guy's name comes up is for this urban legend, in which his skeleton was supposedly found in a tree. It's a legend that states that says that in 1873 a hurricane that passed over the Ohio River and down the Miami Valley caused like a decades-old tree in the grove of the old Anderson farm to fall. And then the owner of the farm, whose name is Mr. Rogers, which is really weird because the captain's name is Captain Roger. I feel like that's a weird coincidence. So the farm owner, Mr. Rogers, went and examined the tree, and he found a human skeleton inside. So the skeleton was like dressed in like clothing that dated back to the year 1776, and they also found like documents that dated back to like a similar time period. And then like some testing, like they found that the skeleton will belong to a person by the name of Captain. Wait, no, his name's not Captain. No, they found that the skeleton belonged to a captain by the name of Roger Vandenberg. So he was escaping from like enemies who were pursuing him, and then he climbed into the hollow tree trunk to hide. But there was a problem. He underestimated the depth of the tree, and then he found himself trapped inside the tree. And now that he's stuck in there, he slowly died from starvation. Which that sucks. Like imagine like escaping from being killed by enemies, and then only to die by starvation because you found a bad hiding spot that you couldn't get out of. Like goddamn. And again though, this story was never proven, so for all we know it never really happened, so I guess we don't need to feel too bad for him. So yeah, that's basically what it is. Alright, second to last, the Warden of Burnback Halls. So before I actually go over this urban legend, I need to say that the only story of this legend that I could find was posted on Reddit, and it was posted on r/Urban Legends, which is a subreddit for urban legends. So I kind of feel like this could be made up, but I think it's still worth mentioning. But I guess an urban legend isn't really supposed to be real anyway. But I guess the whole point of urban legends is that it's a legend. But yeah, I guess maybe take this legend with a grain of salt, because the only existence of it I could find was on Reddit. So I guess I'll just go over it now. So Burnback Halls is a student accommodation in Weston that supposedly has like a paranormal entity called the Warden. So at night, students have like reported seeing like an orange glowing light from beneath their door that would like pass by their door, and it was like slowly fade away. And then they've also heard the sound of a lock being unlocked with a key. And the legend states that those who make too much noise at night will have their dorm room opened, and the warden will kidnap them and displace them in time, or as I should say, drag them to a different dimension, which like kind of displaces them in time. The warden is like described as this humanoid shaped entity with like no distinguishable features. So I guess the best visual you can come up with for the warden is like, I guess you could just draw like the silhouette of a naked man and just like and then just like imagine it like that. I don't know. That's kind of what I imagine. I guess you could just search up warden and then just like turn him into a silhouette, and then yeah, that's probably what it looks like. So yeah, if you don't want to be dragged away by the warden, be quiet. Alright, we are finally on the last entry of the iceberg. The actual cowhead story. So, of course... okay, I don't even know what I even want to say. So yeah, we're finally at the last... we're finally at the last entry of this iceberg. And guess where do you think this urban legend originates from? Yeah, just guess. Where do you think this urban legend originates from? Yep, that's right. It comes from Japan. I couldn't think of a better way to end this iceberg than to get an urban legend from Japan. They seem to come up with like a bunch of urban legends. So the cowhead story is supposedly a story that is so scary that the cowhead story is a story that is supposedly so scary that anyone who hears of the story would die of fright, like literally die of fright. So the legends, so supposedly like copies of this story were destroyed to protect people. So yeah, but then it's believed that fragments of the story still exist, and when you put them together, it tells the whole cowhead story. Which, I don't know why you would try and find and put together a story that would inevitably result in your death by fright nonetheless. Like, I don't even know what it's like to die from fright, but it can't be good. Anyway, there is a story of a teacher that decided to tell the cowhead story to a bus full of children on a school trip, which is a really bad idea. But anyway, the story goes that upon reading just the first sentence of the story, the children like immediately began crying and begging him to stop. But the teacher was like overtaken by like some kind of supernatural force that like made him continue like telling the story. And then like hours later, the teacher like awakens from this like mind control like trance, and then he finds that the bus has crashed into a ditch. The children were like all unconscious and were all foaming at the mouth, and the bus driver was slumped over the wheel and was shaking uncontrollably. And what's worse is that that's where the story kind of ends, because nobody really knows what happens to the children and the teacher. Like, nobody knows what happened. No one knows if they died or if they were transported to some other dimension or what. But yeah, that's the cowhead story. Like, I wonder what it means to die from fright. Like, the first thing I thought was like maybe a heart attack, but I feel like but the fact that children can also fall victim to this, and children don't exactly get heart attacks, I don't know. How do people die from fright? I guess it could be a thing. Would it just like cause like a short circuit in your brain and then you just like lose all your life functions or something? I don't know. But dying of fright could be a real thing. Well, when you get scared, what happens? Well, I guess you scream. You scream, your heart skips a beat. But I feel like dying of fright is like something that only happens to like old people because they're more like likely to get a heart attack. But I don't know. I guess dying of fright could be a real thing. So yeah. That was the Urban Legend Iceberg. Look at this list of entries. Holy shit. Dang. This was fun to go through. So yeah, that was the Urban Legend Iceberg. I hope you enjoyed like listening and stuff. I'm gonna go ahead and switch over to my chatting screen. There we go. We just have a vibe change. We're not doing horror anymore. We're back to Uwu Koiwa Fantasia. So anyway. So yeah, that was the Urban Legend Iceberg. I hope you enjoyed that. So yeah. So yeah, do you think you have any other like urban legends that you know of? Maybe you have like a legend from like your local town or something. I don't know. That wasn't really a legend. That wasn't really a legend that from my town. I mean, I don't really live in a town, but yeah. So yeah. Oh yeah, that was the Urban Legend Iceberg. I wonder if Charlie counts as... I just got curious. Like, I wonder if Charlie kind of counts as an urban legend or not. Yeah, I don't know if you guys remember the Charlie trend that from like 2015 or something, where like you have like 4 quadrants and you like put yes and no in opposite quadrants, and then you you have like a compass made of pencils, and then you say things like Charlie, are you here? And then it will like say yes or no, and then you can like ask yes or no questions to this supposed Charlie ghost. So yeah, I remember doing that like myself, like doing the Charlie ritual. I remember doing the Charlie ritual, and honestly, nothing happens. Like, I don't believe it's real. Like, I did it, and like nothing even happened. Like the pencils turned, but it's because of like the wind, I think, or like imbalance in the pencils. Like that's usually why. But I don't know, maybe there is some truth to a Charlie ghost somewhere. But I don't know. Also, which country do you think makes the best urban legends? Like, considering this iceberg has like most of them are like from Japan. I have to believe Japan has like the best urban legends. Yeah. Well, you know, urban legends from Asia in general tend to be like really scary. I don't know what it is about us Asians, but we seem to make we seem to like come up with a bunch of urban legends. I guess it's because like Asian culture is like very based on like mythical things. Well, then again, most other cultures are also based on mythical things. So I don't know, but I don't know. Asian urban legends seem to hit different. Like I think one of my bonus entries that I'm actually gonna go ahead and do like bonus entries for like a different day, because it's pretty like it's just gone on for pretty long already. But there is I know an Asian urban legend from Korea. It's called Fan Death. I don't know if you've heard of it. You probably have. There's an urban legend from South Korea called Fan Death, and allegedly like you can die from. Apparently because you can allegedly die from running an electric fan in an enclosed room, especially if you're sleeping. Which is why there's a lot of fans in South Korea that have like a feature that makes it turn off after like a set amount of time, so that you don't die from the fan sucking away your oxygen. Of course, there's no like proof that electric fans can do this kind of thing, because I'm sure all of us sleep with an electric fan and know that you don't die when you use one. So yeah, I think the legend kind of stems from people just being afraid of new technology, because this legend came up during like the 90s, when like I guess electric fans were slowly becoming a new thing. I also read somewhere that there was a conspiracy theory against the South Korean government that said that they spread this legend to like make people like not consume as much energy, because like there was an energy crisis during that time. So in order to stop people from like consuming so much energy, they made up this legend that says that, oh, if you use your electric fan for too long, you will die. So yeah. So yeah, anyway, that's the end of my Urban Legend Iceberg coverage. So if you enjoyed my streams, if you want to like keep up with my streams, you can go ahead and follow me on Twitter. You can even like subscribe to my YouTube. It will be in like the About page. I usually post my weekly schedule on Twitter. Every week I'll have at least 2 streams. So yeah, that will be it for today's stream. I would like, I guess I would chat a little bit more, but honestly it's like it's like almost dinner time for me, and I think I would like to end the stream here. So yeah, that'll be it for today's stream. Make sure you like follow me on Twitter if you want to keep up with my streams and stuff. So yeah, that will be it. So have a good rest of your day. Not sure what time it is for you. If it's like afternoon, have a good lunch. If it's nighttime, have a good dinner. So yeah, I will see you like next week when I post my schedule, and you'll know what I'm gonna be streaming next week. So yeah, see you next time. Goodbye. See you. Thank you. I'm really awkward with goodbyes, I'm sorry. So yeah, bye bye.